side of history. Find your way, find your way, find your
Right, welcome. Welcome to Technical Difficulties, a show where we play Daggerheart.
Honestly, at this point, we might as well just change the name.
We kind of should.
But it's not a Clank Emancipation. We already done that. It's Second Emancipation.
Don't you, motherfucker. This time it's person.
We're breaking up the actual robots.
Andy is not here, Zeus is not here, so we've got an episode of Sons of the Empire in store for us this evening. Last time on Sons, we had it was just so packed. So much stuff actually happened in that episode. Fikraimaan used Through Your Eyes and cast on his father, the Hexarch, and learned all kinds of valuable information about what the Hexarch thinks about him, what the Hexarch's advisors think about him, how much of a liability it appears, how much of a liability his brother Strixus appears. It was a literal mine of information for Fikraimaan. Strixus went and helped healed a bunch of wounded soldiers in what's his name? Cronus's camp. Where he discovered a wealth of information also. He found that there seems to be a growing faction within the Infernis camps that, I don't want to say worship, I will say highly respect the Reaver, and have begun, some of them, tattooing his sigil in their flesh. Which means, yes, undue heat being a strong potential to be drawn down upon Strixus by his father, should he feel challenged by that. Fick had a really bad day.
Fick's no good, very bad day.
Over and over and over again the same day, but with the same morning, slightly different results.
Not even the same day, it's morning.
We ran him through a Groundhog Day where essentially the lesson was, shut up. Keep your secrets. Don't go complaining to people about the secrets that you have. You will tell them that you have them.
Hindsight's 2020. It was kind of obvious.
Now, fair,
the information.
We had no idea they could put a tiny portal on your head.
Yeah, tiny portal wasn't an option.
Tiny portal.
We had no clue that an imp could do that.
Tiny portal.
Well, you're not supposed to know either.
On my head.
So, anyways,
learned a little bit about who your patron shows himself to be. You learned a little bit about what your patron expects from you.
yes.
And
Stop being stupid. This is really the message that I interpreted.
It's not fun.
Strixus did a little bit of investigation. He wanted to find out more about the new variety of souls that have been cropping up amongst the old nasty black and gray ones. These new paler, whiter, bluer souls have been kind of manifesting. Well, we learned that actually they've always been there, at least since they've arrived here. In the cavern underneath Corum, but what we actually the big takeaway was that they are present. The darker black souls are empty husks of what they used to be. They are a mobile soul that sits, that does follow super basic commands, but does not do any thinking, processing, or feeling. These newer ones are aware. There is thought and feeling inside them, although it seems to be mostly horrified witnessing of what is happening. But there is thought, and there is an effect that happens from being around her. You met the tallyman, ever since who simply standing next to these souls for any length of time. Yes, burdens of guilt and regrets. You touched the cheek of one of those wisps, and you felt your own remorse lighten, and you realized that they are at least partially aware, and they seem to maybe be able to grant some absolution. At Grimfang, Makara had a big day.
Makara's no good, kind of okay.
So, the spirit of Croc came to you and helped support you through a very difficult challenge of standing up to the tribal elders of the collection of tribes that you have begun to lead at Grimfang. When you first showed up with half of your numbers, they started a castigation. They fell upon you like a ton of bricks, and you basically took it. You were kind of a champ. You were like, yeah, okay, speak your piece. We'll talk about this in depth tomorrow. And when just in that act, she made one convert already. One of the more vocal, outspoken, ended up going. When I say tusk to tusk, it's not a fight. It's actually a method of intense emotional communication that actually shows trust, that actually communicates, we are members of the same tribe. Listen to what I have to say, in this moment at least. And she said, we're going to deal with this, but we're going to deal with this tomorrow. And he sat back, and later in the evening, while the rest of the elders were still railing about her, he actually kind of came to her defense. And he said, no, listen, let's see what she has to say. And the next day, they started all back up again. And while they were doing that, she had her men, the survivors, only half of what she left with, remember.
Was it half or a quarter?
It was even a quarter.
It was only a quarter.
Yeah, because I could not take a whole lot because I already lost a lot of men, and
Had to bring the bodies.
You're right.
well, we brought tributes off the bodies.
But she had the survivors of her force bring in load after load after load, 4 loads actually, of treasure that she had hauled away from the site outside of Corum. Outside of Corum, which was this city that they had raided.
Several times before, but not inside.
Never been inside.
This is the one where they actually broke down the walls, got inside, killed a huge portion of the city guard, raided a huge number of the buildings, did some real damage on the ships in the river, the transport ships in the river, stealing 2 of those ships, in fact, and bringing them back, bearing all of its future.
Well, Infernis.
Oh yeah, that's true. That was
Yeah, the ships with the Infernis, we hand-loaded.
So with the troops that were under Makara's lead destroyed nearly half of the city and looted that half. And then took off. They buried a huge, massive pile of loot in the fields in between their home and the city, and took with them about 25% of the loot that they were able to gather. So, which was actually substantially more than was gathered by the Infernis. The Infernis gathered about 80 chests worth of stuff. And you probably at least double that. I haven't actually figured that distributed out, but you would come away with substantially. So
Chalk that up to building trust and relations. It's not. Also, we have no fucking clue what's valuable there. We just took the ships. You value gold and jewelry? Why?
Adult? Who's wasting that?
Why do you care?
So when you brought these load after load after load of treasure hauled in to just kind of dump in a massive pile in the center of these people all screaming at you, going, "You failed!" And then back to up there, forced to deal with this pile of treasure that's
The most we've ever gathered, as I understand it.
The staggering amount of wealth that you brought home proved your unprecedented success. Which means that not only did you succeed in taking over this tribe to begin, you also led it to the single largest raid that it's ever accomplished, bringing home the single largest amount of loot ever brought home by any raiding orc from the plains, at least. That is absolutely undeniable, regardless of what the men on the Elders Council felt. At one point, word spread about what you had done because there was an audience built around the speaking chamber that you guys had your arguments in, and people had gathered. And word spread, particularly among the women of the tribes gathered at Grimfang. And your name was ringing through the streets of Grimfang, all over the city. Your name being repeated in volume and in unison, such that any man who wanted to maintain a relationship with this woman had to take up that call. And so while maybe some of the men are not quite as steadfast believers in what you did or what you're capable of doing in the future, the women are yours. The women are yours. You're faithful, you're loyal, you're true. So things in Grimfang have changed substantially. That's about where we left off. I think that goes through everything that happened in a nutshell.
Six still has to finish the morning.
Six still has to finish the morning of the day that that still hasn't happened. And this would have been one more time, right? And this would have been the same day that the other two of you had your adventures. So we'll start with that. We'll run through. Was there anything special that you wanted to do on that day, or can we take it as read?
Let's take it as read. Gets ready, has breakfast.
Waiting for like, okay, am I gonna wake up again?
Slaps his face.
Collects the stuff that he wants to bring with him. Let's first.
Not cannon horse.
No, canon horse, not canon relationship. Stop. Stop smiling over there.
I'm not saying it.
Yeah, they can hear you smiling. Sorry, this. And then I suppose I would go looking for wherever my brother is. He's planning.
It was morning time when I went to go see the tally man, if I'm right. If not, then what I would want to be doing this morning would be see if Father is available for an audience. Because I did tell the tally man I would address Father. That's because
Right.
I asked him to investigate. It was something I had discovered. I wanted to bring it to his attention.
That is going to be late afternoon when that happens. Because
Okay.
the morning was thick casting in your eyes. Oh no, that was the day before.
Yeah, that was the day
It was the day before.
Then grandpa.
And then the day that you healed everybody was the same day. And the day...
I think, with the timeline, I think it'd be the next morning where we're all...
Yeah, so this actually accidentally lines up.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, so, okay, well, then what?
Take care and go see for
Right.
his brother.
And I'm going to see if Father's available for our meeting.
Gotcha. Okay. So do you start at Chambers or do you start at the Wailing Gallery?
Given that it is past breakfast, I believe the smart thing would be to go towards
The Wailing Gallery.
the Wailing Gallery, where if not all the way to the Wailing Gallery, the central point of everything that is near there, and see if anybody's heard anything about where Strixus is.
In fact, there's a good chance I might be in that middle area by the time you come and get me.
Yeah. So let's say that just as you're making preparations to turn up the long hall that leads to the Wailing Gallery, you step in it and you can see it's full of winds and the smoke trail that they leave.
Trying very hard to not And everyone's like, my apologies, I'm still getting used to it. Before then, I think something I might have done, if I see any of the guards I might recognize as perhaps watching the cavern, or will have moved around the perimeter of the outside, if I see them, I just ask them if they have anything to share or anything. If not, it's not a huge thing.
Gotcha.
I'm very curious especially about nighttime. The nighttime goings on of what it might be like outside during the night, because we've only really been out during the day. We've spent one night out there.
I've been out at night. I was in the city at night.
You do not see anybody that you're familiar enough with to approach.
Okay. So in just kind of morning pleasantries between maybe courtiers or other soldiers around there, you can catch up with me.
All right.
Brother, whereabouts are you headed this time?
I'm going to the Wailing Gallery. I have some interesting news to report to Father.
Oh, interesting. Let me join. I actually wished to speak with Father myself.
Hey. Are you seemingly out of sorts at all, or?
No.
Okay.
My usual smile.
Not even after Grandpa.
No, he took the time to make himself presentable.
Yes.
So yeah, we'll just head on over to the Wailing Gallery.
Gotcha. It's a fairly long walk. It's used to traveling in silence with one another, not usually having stuff to say unless there's some jab you'd like to cast or barb you'd like to interject. And it's not too long before you come to the door, at which two guards and a herald are posted out front. The herald sees you and gives two taps on the double doors and pushes them open, announcing the sons of the Empire, Fikraimaan and Strixus.
I assume Father's at his table or throne?
He is. He's speaking with Ophalis.
That's him.
Yes, that is
Approaching them both, just give salute to them both, and like,
the second the door opens and I can lay eyes on Father.
Go.
I wish to cast Voice of Dread
Okay.
on Father. And I want to manipulate it so that it is his own voice he hears.
All right, we talked about it. How to do it?
Yep.
I just need to get a target number here. Or does that still have it? No, it's a spellcast.
It's a spellcast roll against him. So hang on. So I will use a favor and make the roll a +7, and then I will also spend a hope.
Talked about this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think it was going to be able to happen so soon, and I completely.
You trying to like a little voice of morality in his head or something?
A little bit. Something like that.
And Voice of Dread doesn't have any sort of giveaways, so
Nope.
then you're just like muttering to yourself softly, but I'm probably not paying attention.
Yeah. You have to do a thing now? What? So the base roll is now +7. And then I may spend a hope to add the Conductor of Chaos experience. So I'm spending hope as well to make it a +9. To manipulate his casting of Voice of Dread to sound like his own voice.
That's about what we need in order to fill this. The median roll, the minimum roll with the voices that he's accrued.
Makes it a plus. Makes the bottom roll that is not a critical or a critical fail is 12. The lowest possible roll I can have is not a critical fail is 12.
Double. I think it'd be funny.
No, it would absolutely be hilarious and an utter fail.
And honestly, that might get you thrown in jail for doing that too.
See, I'm using magic to change the voice, so it would go from his voice to
Octopus?
There's a goblin in here.
What's a goblin?
Well, the idea that the only thing we know is goblins. We could have those. Goblins are just everywhere.
there's a purpose for this. I love to see it.
You never guess at what you're trying to do.
So we'll see what else. Oof. I want you to have first.
It's the wrong number. You don't want to be sitting staring at it for too long.
Right.
But you won't know until he says it, and then you already have your answer.
I have a difficulty.
The other side of that is I could roll a crit and it just wouldn't matter.
I mean, yes, or a fail.
Which also wouldn't matter. You have a number.
I have a target number.
That is 15 on the dice plus 9.
24. Your target number was 17.
Yeah, it was close to my
You
guess.
have succeeded in disguising the voice.
And in his ear, I will whisper in his own voice. And here comes the prodigal son, bearing infants I may never break.
That's not what I thought you were doing. I was thinking maybe you were gonna. This is like, hey, I finished. You bastard.
He's a bastard, though.
So the intent behind this, because it was intended to be received as inferior acts as a own thoughts,
Yes.
unbidden.
Intrusive thought, you could say.
Yep.
Or would you want to roll a die that was intended to aid this person's
Me.
test? All right, you're going to roll an advantage die. It's a D10 advantage die.
So, look at the fear die. I shouldn't have used the fear die. An additional 9.
Woof.
He's contemplating which dice to use.
I didn't spell that, but I didn't work.
I don't get it though.
It's a success by 1 point.
Okay.
When you make eye contact with your father, because it's a bit of a ways through the doors down to the actual reception area before the bones throw. The obsidian. When you finally make eye contact with your father, he is smoldering, and you can see that he is working one nail in one particular spot on the arm of his throne. And you can see curls of obsidian that have been scratched out by the working of this nail that have gathered on the end of the grip of the arm of the chair and have started spilling over onto the floor before him. He is not pleased to see you.
Seeing that, I just kind of I give a glance over to Ophelion.
Fellas, yeah.
Ophelos, yeah, sorry. And just, there's like a look of what happened? It's like,
Fellas, it literally gives you a...
is everything alright, Father?
This is me trying to figure it out.
I don't get it.
Favorite.
Okay. The influence with the individuals that were worshiping him.
Oh, the bird tattoos, I suppose.
Thus far, my son.
So you just bring
I'm in good health.
this looks in favor of Christian. It's
My mood is somewhat transient, but
I know.
such is the life of a ruler.
As I suppose it would be. You have much stress upon you building an empire here.
Maintaining it as well.
I wanted to see you this morning with curious information. I spoke with the tally man yesterday to keep track of the souls. I had a thought of where these new ones might have come from. I had wondered if in the battle the other day, new souls had come in mass. If perhaps we were somehow capturing fresh souls from this world somehow, though that proved to not be the case based on what the numbers and records showed. However, when I inspected one of these new souls myself, I came to a realization. These new souls are not broken. They're aware. They're not. They still hold glimmers of life to them.
That's impossible.
Yes, I've seen it with my own eyes. One of them opened theirs and looked at me.
Oh, fellows, what do you know of this? Oh, Your Highness, we've heard no such. We haven't.
If you need supporting evidence, speak to the tallyman. He was there.
Of course, it would come from Paristus. Of course it would. Your Highness, this is. Right?
Give me a moment.
What?
Put it there. Spam. That to you.
I'm turning down my own phone.
Honestly, I'm not.
Bless his command, my lord. He's trying to curry favor with one of the son's prodigal.
I do not believe that is the case, my goods.
Of course, because you have so much experience with it.
No, but none of us have experience with this change. This is all new.
Some of us have been living amongst them for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Well, then tell me, my good sir, have you encountered or known of any that had such coloration? Such a sense of absolution that comes from it? If so, I genuinely wish to know. Yes, stood next to them. It felt as though they were forgiving me of things. It was interesting.
It is indeed laughable.
Yes. The only way to describe it is, well, as such, I'd highly recommend taking a visit there to experience it yourself. If you do not believe me.
Oh, fellows, go stand next to that one there. Tell me what you feel. Yes, my lord.
Going over to one of the colorful ones, I guess.
Over to one of the colorful ones that's installed in the wall. Tap his foot. The ravings of a madman, my son. I fear you've been influenced by a man who we put in a hole and rather forgot. Perhaps. Should you come across some other means of proof, some other more substantial evidence of thought or emotional capacity, I would welcome the entertainment of reviewing it.
Very well. So I won't allow it to impede the duties. It's more of a curiosity in my part.
As well it should be.
I know not yet if this is true, what benefit we could gain from it. Outside of entertainment. That being said, there was another matter that might be more beneficial that I wanted to bring up.
Let's hear it.
As me and my dear brother brought information to you the other day of the beasts that I so unceremoniously created with my blood.
Yes, I'd rather like to have one of those beasts captured and brought down for analysis.
Yes, that is what I was going to suggest. If not capture one of them, perhaps try to recreate the process of their birth in a more controlled environment. Where we're ready to bring them down as quickly as
You would be willing to be bled?
by my own hands, yes. If it benefits you, Father, and our growing empire, then I don't mind shedding my own blood.
We'll have a chamber built in the cavern for just such a purpose.
We'll need some of the greenery and life from above. I don't know if it mattered as much, but that is what seemed to spawn them.
To recreate the environment in which the occurrence happened, my lord. I see value in it. Very well, then. We shall have them hack some sod and layer the chamber with it. Give us a day.
Of course.
Profiles, seats. Anything else?
That is all.
Good morning, Father. There's a hint of hope.
A hint of what?
Of hollow.
Mm,
This might be more for show than...
got it. I understand.
It isn't rice. Just think it isn't rice for Strixus, but he does seem to brighten your approach. He's definitely making more of a show that your perception is positive.
I will bow appropriately. Father, I find myself wanting to go explore the town that we seem to be under, with the purpose of finding what their trade goods are, finding more information about these royalties or royalty. If I can, maybe to manage to get an audience with said royalties. I won't hold my breath too much for that, but if I can, I would like your permission to do so.
It is well that you would wish to begin a diplomatic envoy like this. Why not?
Would you care for company, brother, since it will be a day or so before experimentation can begin? I would also like to see the city.
Fair. I wouldn't mind the extra pair of hands to carry these around.
You must give no hint that we are located so close to the walls.
Most certainly not.
We are visitors from afar, sending an envoy, open diplomatic communications, perhaps investigate trade routes, normal kingdom to kingdom. Of course, while you are there, I expect reports on their numbers and military capacity, the means and effectiveness, projected effectiveness of their defenses, any particular weaknesses, a normal military assessment, which I will expect you to handle.
Of course.
And an intelligence assessment as well. Hope you feel formulate one of those.
Most certainly.
I do recall the mention of brought a previous report, brother, that they are expecting new races to arrive. Should we play into that?
By all means, absolutely. That seems to be a benefit upon which we can apply a lot of weight. So until it is proven otherwise, we are that.
And should we go ourselves or bring an escort?
I would ask that you limit your escort to fewer than 10 men. We would have you be as well defended as we can manage, but not so present a force that we are deemed a threat, of course.
Perhaps dressing in casuals might help us.
I see value in that. Have chorus If you don't mind still working with Chorus, I feel you were effective.
Chorus or doing Kronos?
Cronus.
Cronus.
Thank you, Cronus.
I have no issues with this.
Her experience with the top side, alongside our own, would be very beneficial.
Exactly my thinking. You've been up there, her men have been up there with you. You have already a working rapport.
Not to mention, it's the rate is still too fresh, I would imagine. Seeing the size of this brand, what they not attract to city at the time. You must have us be recognized. What could be?
Aside from that, I believe the fastest form of transportation we have locked at the moment.
Yes, we do control the center of waterways. As well. Use retrains.
Time is to our advantage. Very well then, see to it. Be gone, make haste, and bring back good news, valuable information, and perhaps a key into the city.
Yes, and I will very formally military vow and I will leave for that.
Scream! Thump, thump. And with that, you hie thee to a nunnery. No,
As we're kind of walking, as we're walking to go and like prepare and stuff, I will actually look to you and say, surprised you did not mention anything as I mentioned Soulsburger. That seemed like something that would be of your curiosity.
While it is, it seems like you gave all the information you had. Did you have more?
No, but I thought it might pique your interest to also look at.
I would like to have a visit over and see what I can learn myself, but at the moment I'm more interested in public relations as it were.
Of course. After all, we have to build the empire we are born to rule.
Fair, true. The sooner we can mitigate public damage to our reputation, the better.
Yes, we're gaining good reputation. Staunch that. Eventually we will have to make contact again with Bei'Hara to find what comes next. So, 10 names with so much. Bei'Hara. Eventually, we will have to make contact again.
She did give you directions to her town, yes?
Yes, vague. Vague, but that way. Certainly not difficult ones.
That'll work then. Perhaps, day after tomorrow or after that, since you'll be busy tomorrow.
We shall see what this day brings us.
Yes. I'm fascinated. And excited. Let's go find Cronus.
Yes. Head over to Cronus' camp.
Gotcha. You know the way. It's relatively quick. She's a picky bitch.
Yeah?
Of the 6, I think, that were slain, she's only replaced 2 so far.
We lost half of our number. We lost 10. There were 20 of us that went up there.
You were right.
Yeah. We lost the same amount of, like, in total as the orcs did. But yes.
Yeah, so only 2 men have gone to fill slots.
Approaching. Commander.
Sorry, I was trying to get to...
Yeah, you're good. We're gonna go through all the next.
Great.
The voice was.
Yeah, that's why I don't do voices, because I need a Rolodex. And Your Highness, how can I assist you?
My brother and I are going on a bit of a diplomatic mission, and we're looking for escort.
We have time. I'll send word to His Highness and inform him that we are attaching ourselves to my lords.
Relatively small. We don't want to frighten the populace.
We are currently relatively small as we stand. There are 7 of us at the moment. There were 20. Yeah, there are 7 of us.
I understand. But that works out wonderfully, because he did say less than 10.
Looking for more, if you use the term casual,
Yes.
more, we don't want to go in fully armored and look too frank.
Less military.
Yes.
Understood.
Enough to defend ourselves with light armor, more cloth, leather.
See to it. When were you intending to leave?
As soon as possible.
Just give the whistle.
Suppose I will have to go without my favorite armor today.
I do feel that will probably be a bit on the intimidating side.
Yes.
Granted, bodyguards probably would do well.
Yes. No, I'm not a bodyguard, am I?
This is true.
I do suppose we should. I do have formal dress I could wear. Comfortable. Somewhat practical.
Oh, you guys are.
We're doing a fashion,
Right.
already dressed. We're ready to go. I gotta put on my dress boots.
She's dishing out orders to her guys. She disappears into her tent, and a few minutes later, she comes out, and she's wearing riding leathers and a plain cloak. The rest of the guys come out in much the same clothing, still somehow looking like a military unit, but not as heavily armored. Not armored, yes. They can't help it.
That's okay. We're marching into a new town anyways.
They are Infernis knights. They cannot be Infernis knights. So she takes a moment to assemble them, allow you to inspect them as you will, and then she hikes up her pack, and they hike up their packs, and they look to you.
I would be dressed kind of similar to them. Maybe if you like, sort of like bone accents, or like almost like a little like a bony shoulder pauldron kind of deal. But that's about as far as it goes.
All right. Too cool. All right. Right. And bone toggles for the clothes.
Yeah.
I get on my horse. I'm the only one here on a horse.
The only one here with a horse. They don't exist down here.
Oh, I just had a horrifying idea. I just had a horrifying idea. If we could breed the Riftstalkers, Riftstalker war chariots.
Oh no! Yeah, that's
Yeah, woof.
There's some shit to play with.
Oh yeah, ideas. I was like, what else can I make? Do I only make Riftstalkers, or can I make horses? Do I need to breed for clouds?
If I'm thinking about the animal, when I breed, can I make a horse? I want to.
That's how we get nightmares.
It's funny. Those are horses and
That's of the horse. I bleed into the heart. I bleed into its heart, and then it wakes up. Something for the future. Something to play.
You're not killing my horse.
It's just war.
Anyways,
You're a horse man.
Well, if I kill your horse, it's not on purpose.
you say that. Small attachment behind it, but still.
Oh, in that case, I'm getting you a favor.
No, I still like having a horse.
Would you like a horse that feels nothing?
Yes. It's a little harder to get around on.
So we leave, right?
Yeah. So it's about an hour, 2 hours to get to the exit points. I'm shaving it down because it should not have been a day or a half day.
Got those wraps ready in case we need them.
What you do, we're talking probably early afternoon by the time you actually crest the opening. And it's maybe 7 or 8 minutes walk around the hill before you're seeing evidence of the Great Walls of the capital city of Corum.
I thought there were no walls.
There aren't walls, but they are, let me show you.
Small walls.
Okay.
I believe that someone
walls.
there are walls, but
There are no walls.
clear on a very limited section of the city.
I say no walls around most of the city.
So it's just the incline ditch.
Just around the city.
Because we're coming from that side.
Negative.
Okay, wherever it is.
Drops it. Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes. We're coming from underneath the star.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Which is in the lower right-hand corner of the map for those of you who are unable to see what the hell is going on.
Imagination.
Imagination.
And then I love you. And the castle is in the very far, absolute north of the city. And the only wall in this whole city is around the castle. That's it.
Well, I think when I come around and I like look to Kronos, when we come around and we see all this, it's like, they're idiots.
Maniacally along with you.
I'm speaking in Infernal, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
I did mention that there were no real walls.
Yes, but seeing it.
I agree.
Oh. Well, we know what they value, what the ruler here values most.
I think the people know that too.
But then it should be fairly simple. In theory.
It's maybe an hour's walk, 2 hours walk to get to the town, to get to the city.
Just in time for lunch.
Right? Let's say as you start approaching where walls would be. Can I have? I'm going to do one for Cronus as well. Let's do perception checks, please. No, I have a sheet for her. Don't tell me anything yet, because I still have to assign the target numbers.
Dad, I did forget to mention the roll with the Voice of Dread earlier was with fear.
Oh, thank you.
I did forget to mention that.
How dare
take
you?
it.
And then this roll is also with fear.
So is mine.
Let's say target number will be for this will be 15. You are not a military personnel, so I'm going to ask that you take a D4 disadvantage.
I want to take a D4 disadvantage. So on the table with so
Diagonal plus prayer dice plus attribute. I get
Taking one because I rolled one with fear.
I
Rolling with fear should not work against you.
a total of 16 with fear.
total 8.
Oh,
No shit.
Oh, you got your cool roll earlier.
but you are not military personnel, so you would not.
Yeah, I rolled a 7 and a 4, and then on the D4 was a 4, and then I have a +1. So
There are fixtures atop each of the battlement towers of the walled portion of the city. They're glowing this pink. A glowing pink. It's difficult to see in daylight, but as you approach, you are able to make those differences out, particularly because you have shaded eyes with the findings over your faces. There might be a reason that there's no difference.
Seeing that, I may not need to have the lights over there, the battlements. I'm like pointing them out to her.
My lord,
If arcane abilities are more common here than they are back in Warsis, then perhaps they have arcane means defending.
stands to reason.
Is more information now the defenses than they had before.
So it is. We want to see them tested in order to be able to appraise them, but I dare say that we should be the ones to test them.
No, but if we are not able to do so before any assault, a night raid to destroy them, whatever they may be.
This conversation.
Depends on how much you're paying attention.
I would be like right here.
Yeah.
Are you paying attention? I say so.
That is a. Oh, I am paying attention. There's a 7 on the hope and a 6 on fear. I was almost not paying attention. So yeah. Wouldn't your orc friend have information about this?
Yeah, she might.
We may not need to test it ourselves if somebody already has.
That is true. We'll have to discuss that whenever we see it. But for now, we can see what we can try to find out about it.
That shouldn't be too terribly hard.
It's possible we could see a revival that allows us to get to Cards Camp. Or you can go now.
I forgot the stones. This may not be good.
Anyways, to that, can I bring 1 or 2 hope to actually thought to bring money with us?
I have money.
You have money? How much money do you have?
I have
I will just allow you to run. You're coming to see.
a bag of coins and some raw gold and raw silver.
About the only amount that I would have thought to bring with me to be how much I could carry, so maybe like a bag.
That works for me.
So have all people with us. You take them up in the upstairs.
What's up?
Emma? Oh, I didn't think you got it that high.
That one that he's sitting right.
Yeah, my voice is this.
These are directionals. These are directionals, so
They're pretty. Manacrits are pretty sensitive to our testing, so they probably smart, right?
Your voice carries a little.
well, plus we've got these two down here.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, it's not that bad.
What could be?
I am anal retentive.
Thinking it would be wise to procure a few more of these if we're able. They are useful at travel distances.
Yes, they are. I don't know how much they cost them.
We can inquire.
It shouldn't be hard. Every town has a little bit of difference.
Maybe a state or two. Talking horse right. Yes.
Keep me quiet. Keep you from coming downstairs and bothering us. Then yes. But if you wake up in the middle of the night, you have to stay in bed. You just have to go pee.
Just no.
Without a tablet. Jesus, the world doesn't exist. It's true fun. You have two whole siblings upstairs to play with, and a room full of $1,000 worth of toys. You have nothing in there to play with.
And TV with a console.
Is that plug back in?
I did put that.
Okay.
While you guys were just serious. I would did that. Didn't tell anybody.
Anyway,
That's why I told them to take the controllers. The TVs take the controllers.
oh. Okay, anyway, horses.
Yay! You're welcome.
And that's Alyssa, y'all. She is here.
Right? Yeah, how to work her into this bitch. It's kind of tough.
Right, sorry, I'm just redoing some of my old character sheets.
She's just vibing.
I am vibing. I'm back to situation too, because like already I had to ask him about what this meant.
I can't read that.
That was my line from earlier.
His voice of dread speech, and I was like, hang on, I'm trying to put dots together. It ain't connecting. What the fuck?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So is it a pitfall he had been digging?
So since this afternoon,
Yeah, to be fair, you have been taking like punch after punch, and then you just came in with a freaking shortcut, in this political game. So well done.
thank you. I was reviewing my notes. I'm like, there's a couple of things I really should and could do. I have an idea now.
Anyway, we're in the town.
Yes.
I was going to say, another reason that we are here is to figure out their trade goods. If there's anything that we want, and anything that they want, that we have.
Well, we have plenty of raw goods in terms of money.
And that's why I brought these. Showing the sulfur and gold. Yeah. That's why I've got these. To see what we can get for stuff like this.
Yes. Now let's get in there and see what we can learn. I'm certain coming your return with myself and Entourage are going to draw some kind of interest.
Yes.
We'll be careful. It may grab the attention of the local leadership that we might be able to get a meeting.
That was another purpose to be here. I think I know a great place for us to go get a drink.
They have alcohol.
Yeah. I didn't taste any, but they have it. So I don't know if it's any good.
I find it hard to believe that they would be able to produce anything that could affect us that much. considering the food we've tried.
While that's fair, I also didn't want to run the risk of incapacitating myself in an attempt to get information while I could.
Understand. Very well.
Lead us on. I'm going to lead them to the same tavern.
Do we remember what that tavern was?
No, I do not.
The tavern. Let's call it the tavern.
I wonder if I can. Yeah, I might remember exactly the kind of stuff that it's supposed to be.
I remember that you did host that episode, though. But that was it.
Tilted wagon. Okay. Yeah. I'll remember that. There was another one, the minstrel's hat, where you listen to the news. You listen to Cronkite give the daily news, and you got paid for it. The Tilted Wagon is where rented a room for the
The hat is where I would take that, yes. Tilted wagon, you said?
Tilted Wagon for rooms and minstrel hat for news and drink.
Okay, so it was...
The Tilted Wagon in minstrel's hat tavern. Yeah.
So... Where did I have the dodgy conversation? Was that...
With who? With what? With
it was the it was the barkeep that I was having the conversation.
yeah, with the bar server. Yes. About you maybe being
trying to figure out what I excitedly while I'm dodging as many of those questions as possible.
with service Infernis.
That sounds fun.
Staff with a pouch.
That's where I want to take them because I remember telling that barkeep that I believe I was to meet my friends in Corum.
Why does this think that you rode a stolen horse to the riverbank and hailed a ship where Strixus and Fikraimaan aboard?
That's because that's what happened.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's at the very end.
That's at the end. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Let's see. Why can I not? I'm supposed to be able to. We're not going to let me. So fuck you.
Freya.
That was where you learned that we told them shit.
Getting closer, getting close.
It was at the minstrel's hat. And slender elf bartender at the hat.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next question is
she still there?
Exactly. Doesn't look like it. Oh, but she is though.
Nice.
I rolled a 10 on the fear die first. I was like, oh, maybe not. A 12 on the whole die.
And it decided to just ring you in for a moment.
Let's try to just
misspellings and
She's trying to get a look. What color are we? Twirly candy canes. That's golden helpers with a deep round,
I'm sorry. Yeah. The audio quality gets a little hinky, which is why I'm so concerned about it. It's
Right.
So you remember where the minstrel's hat was in the city, and you kind of lead your little group of 9 people directly there. And a horse. 9 people and a horse.
As we're walking,
when she said 7, was that counting for something?
We are 7, so yes, that would be counting yourself. So 9, yeah, that would be 9.
as we're walking, I'm keeping a mask of like neutrality, but I am watching the people. I am watching like the roads of like ingress, exits, if there are guards, when like I'm trying to capture the tone and reaction to our presence as we enter.
Right? Well, have fun. This is a big enough city where if your hood is up, people aren't looking under the hood to see who or what you are.
Mm-hmm.
If you are not hooded, if you're trying to be brazen about it, I need to know, because yes, that will affect how things play out.
If you wearing your hood,
No.
then I probably wouldn't have thought about it.
And I'm on the horse.
Okay.
You're in trouble, man.
I'm a good person.
Well, let's not forget that I'm also the only one on the horse with a bunch of similar looking individuals following me.
You're obviously the leader. And they are your footmen.
I'm killing that horse.
They're not close enough to I hate you that we should get.
Like I said, I did make a mention earlier. I wonder how many times I'm going to get Daniel to say, I hate you.
Yeah, that will count.
Alright, so
Would that be 1 or 2?
I think there's only one, so
That's only one.
It's only one openly.
right.
Alright.
That horse is not surviving.
I did tell you.
And I'm telling you. And I'm telling you.
You say that now, because you told me I'm not going to kill him on purpose. You say that now.
Yeah, we need a reverse card on that. Perfect. Actually, can I see that I like you pretty up?
But it's trees.
Shiny.
Yeah, I know. So I keep looking at it.
Birds. These are the ones that you can pop balloons with.
Hey, look at Ricochet.
Okay,
We are very ADHD.
this Andy here was like, because he couldn't stop looking at it. I was like, you're such a cat.
Ironically, he's also the one that can't see red-green.
But you can see the flashing light. There's the road that we are taking.
This one, thank you.
Okay.
The southernmost. No one really catches on to you, even though you're trod on the main road coming in. On the bridge, however, wow, you do notice that there are 4 men in armor carrying spears at the center of the bridge. And rather than being 2 over here and 2 over here and posted up, and they're all 4 in the center of the road, talking, laughing, being jovial with one another. Not being a nuisance, not being in the way, but they're just standing in the middle of the road. There's not a lot of cart traffic, so they don't feel the need to be clearing the road. But they're so engaged in their conversation that they do not take note of your horn itself.
So Strixus is looking at them. I could easily kill all 4 of them right now, and they wouldn't even notice.
Well, these are
are idiots. Now I'm thinking to myself.
Oh, okay.
I was like, these people have known peace too long.
The path up to the first building. That starts attracting attention. As you get closer to the city proper, population becomes a little more dense, and there are more eyes incidentally falling upon you, and you start noticing odd looks. People who give second glances, and then you're lost in the crowd. A child says, "Mommy, what are those on his head?" It's starting to become noticeable that you are different. At the first crossroads where you hook up to the main road,
Ambushed.
I feel bad for whoever ambushes us.
They're just the petty thieves, the slums.
Not for long.
as you go up the main road, you can turn to the left and to the right. It's a straight shot. You can see the river at the far end of the left path. So the natural inclination is to head into the right, to take you northish. As you make that turn, you hear off to the side, crunch. And chomp, 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 chomp. There's the one dude, but there's another one who's wearing the mail shirt, the conical hat, and carrying the spear. And he stands in front of your horse, blocking your way. And he says, state your business. Diplomat. Good sir. And who with?
Who's in charge?
The local tavern, sir.
Relax. um,
And market.
he says that won't do. You're with what is this? That won't do. We need to know what is this?
Above board.
Get the horns.
Yeah, I know, but the wildlings are already here.
Correct, but you do not look like any of the normal. You are too tall, and you have two straight legs to be clawed. Which are the only other actual horned race other than some rare dracona.
I think the thing they would be more interested in is the skin color.
Right.
Right now, his focus is on the horns.
That's literally it's every time he's looking at it, it's the horns. They're different shapes than fine horns.
Are you referring to our horns?
That's what this means. What is this?
And these parts of our body?
Never seen anything like that before. What does that mean?
We're from far away. Please come to this town at the behest of my dear fellow here to partake in trade and drink. Would you deny us?
Until we learn where's far away and where is that? Where is that?
Far to the south.
Far to the south. So from here, you're from here. You're from where to right?
G-Man, guys!
Oh yeah, that border goes all the way
It
down.
goes all the way down. So yeah, dark blue south is all still hate.
Directly south is entirely.
The lower west.
No. Wait, I got this. We're from an island off the south.
I
He's gonna have to go look at his map now.
all right. And who your business was with a tavern?
Yes, which we can. I believe it's called the Minstrel's Hat.
You're to meet with someone there, are you?
Yes, the barkeep.
You're to meet with at the minstrel. You're to meet with the. Very well then. This way, please.
Very long. We would like food and drink.
He turns on his heel and begins making his way. Wait, haven't you recall where in city?
I do not. I have already closed it.
So
I
right.
have.
You're in the spot, Dan.
We go there.
Yeah. Come much closer to where you are.
Yeah. Squirrel.
We didn't even have the map up.
Yeah, probably not. It was seat of the pants stuff, so
I just say let's stick with that. That's where they're made of market.
that works for me.
Market. That's where all the hires go.
So he takes you, it's a straight shot, there's a curve in the road, but he takes you up. It's a nice long walk. So what you notice is that at every intersection of these main roads, there is a house or building that has iron bars in all of its windows, something that's not very common in this city. They all look to be multi-story, 3, 4, and 5 floors. You would probably assess them to be something like this.
Yeah, I was thinking like barracks or garrison posts. Sorry,
Everybody gets up all at the same time.
Yep. Ooh, I stretched my leg out and I didn't like it.
Bananas.
I need to drink water.
Olbex is, I think, in that one down there.
He'll be. Oh, well, right. I think I had that.
It goes off so catastrophic. Random question for you, Dad.
Yeah.
What kind of species or races live in Corum?
It is very mixed. At this point in history, it is a very mixed. There are not quite as many wildlings, but
Charlie Horse and 8 walk around.
but it is very well mixed.
Okay. Now, wildlings, is that like their own little thing, or is that like a...
Animals, evolved animal.
Okay. Okay, so like Cushy.
Right, exactly.
Okay. What about fairies?
Fairies are the other gift of this.
Okay. Okay. One of the characters I made up was a little fairy that I'm going back through, and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, no, that would be the now, where they're married, and they came from the west.
Oh.
They're not common on this side yet.
And as soon as they get common, it's time for them to be shoved back over
Right?
because the migration happens.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so I'm just reworking that. So I figured I'd ask because if anything, I could be like just randomly see things that's right. Thanks for the character for this.
She's trying to sound like me.
I'm just going through characters I already have, and I only had 2. A fairy, and then I have another blood hunter one. You are just a little baby.
She is
Yes, you are a little baby.
for a baby.
And there's no cameras to see the giant fur baby.
No, that's not. But that's okay.
She's not a big fur baby, though.
She's just new though.
Feeling your little toes. Your toes. 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 Close to the berries. Uncle Mike goes, if those are blackberries, the only ones edible would be the dark purple ones at the bottom. The red ones would be intolerably tart. If those are sweet, there's something else. And then my friend Savannah, she goes, they are blackberries, but eat the dark purple ones.
Why are they called blackberries if they're dark purple?
And then Tina just goes, blackberries, the red ones are not ready to eat. Well, you can eat them. I can eat them. Man, you are shitting cats.
Yeah, it's getting hot.
You boy. Okay, you're trying to put your stuff away. Good for you.
I has ginger baby.
You do have ginger, baby. Well, thank you for doing that.
Yes, that is Freya.
That is a scary bunny mess. Go play.
Go play with Cece.
Go play.
This poor guy is just having a meltdown right now. What the fuck is that?
I'm turned immediately to racism. Like, it's so hard for me. It's like, well, I couldn't understand what that really means. Like, I wouldn't have a concept of racism because we're all the same species where we came from.
Right.
And the souls aren't people.
But still, that's the thing. That is, it really is. The hierarchy is so rigid that it's inherently, it's classist, if not racist.
Class is not racist.
Class is a different race.
We don't discriminate against you because of how you look. We discriminate against you because of who you work for. Right.
And we're better than you.
We don't need to be racist. We're better than you.
Gently logic there. That's what kind of logic that people kill.
Classism is so. So interlude over.
So he plants you in front of the minstrel's hats, and he takes your horse by the bridle.
Thank you, sir.
Allows you to get down.
Does the horse
So, I'm the horse seats him.
Moves the bridle around the post, and then prepares to stand guard, waiting for you to bring your business.
Interesting, but okay.
Seeing that kind of reaction there, I will, speaking to Kronos, sounds like, have two of ours watch him.
She kind of fades into the background.
I'm going in with you.
Inside is late after the evening by this point. So it took you a couple hours to get across the plain into town. So yes, the drinkers would be in and drinking at the moment. Would be fairly full up, not completely full, as the city is large.
Did we ever get her name?
I don't think so. It did not say her name. It just said
Barkeep.
Slender elf.
To be fair, there's a good chance that Fick was so discombobulated he may not have asked.
This is very true.
the classist bastard. She's just help. She's just a hired hand. You don't need to know her name. Let's see if she's working.
You already did.
Did I?
Yes.
Oh, and she was?
Yes.
Then in that case, she's working.
drinks.
And she's drinking too.
She's so good.
You cross the backyard.
Washing perfectly in front of you, not spilling a drop.
There's a telekinesis.
I'm going to greet her excitedly.
She's just that good.
I don't have.
What if she was secretly a sorcerer
There is no name there. There is not.
that has water instruments
So,
and is just able to really control the drinks inside, and that's why they don't spill?
The Tide King.
do Tide King control water or just themselves?
That's a good enough.
Research for later.
Right?
Okay.
You're welcome.
Yes, I will greet her excitedly and reintroduce myself, actually giving names this time.
Do you tell her your real name?
I'm going to tell her I am Fikraimaan. Not giving her my last name.
That's what I wanted to confirm.
Well, it is Martina's gift to Bei'Hara.
So it seems. I did manage to find my friends.
Welcome to the National Chat. What do you have?
Food and drink.
She slides the menu in front of you, opens it up to the food page.
What is your...
They need to be a bit more specific here.
Do you have a special mushroom soup?
Fungal soup.
The form of cannibalism.
Only if a fungal eats it.
Considering they're playable, I also playable character types, I consider that canon.
This is more, yeah.
While in technical terms it may not be, I consider it that.
Just because they're intelligent doesn't mean they're the same. It's only the same if it's...
Now that's racist.
It's only cannibalism if it's the same.
How does a fun girl even become?
Yes.
This makes Forrest takes a piss on a mushroom and it grows.
Only a level 20 with...
Only me.
It's only be a level 20 wizard who does that.
Let's just say that there won't be an outside influence that is directly responsible for the format.
When it awakens and becomes mature, it will hunt that guy down.
Well, that took a turn.
I'm sorry, I don't want to tell on recording from our D&D game. It's
Wonderful.
We had to watch over us in past us.
Yes,
Viewers.
much like the unintentional.
Specialty.
Menu! Give us the menu!
I did ask him, like, what do you have as a special?
Stew, meat pie. Got some alcohol specials, but that's I believe you're drinking.
Yeah, so taste your ales. Take the soup.
She disappears. So there's 7 of you. I would say that everybody orders something. It's probably about 15 minutes waiting for the back room to put the order together.
And I'm watching the bar. I'm watching people.
There is a small stage that is set, big enough for maybe a minstrel band of 3 4 if they stand tightly packed and nobody sits. Right now, that is exactly what's happening. They are playing a song. Where am I going to find what that is? Here.
How's it doing?
Am I? Yeah, I you gave me the answer before. Which one? The
Tavern sauce.
names of the rulers that.
Abul and Anus
Yes.
are the 2 names that we got.
Ah, yes, I remember. And Anus is the one we don't like. There's the one that's not like
It's the one that is not liked. Yes.
We don't like any of them.
We don't know any of them.
We don't like any of them.
So there's a song about the great king of Horus. Has it Boreus? Sorry, Boreum. R-U-M. Just like the city that you're in is spelled C-O-R-U-M. See. It's the one that you went and first yeah. I think that. What else?
Heard about this.
I know about it. You saw it on the way in.
You guys came from the other church. And also, the song is a song about Anos, the king of Corum. The song is kind of in the form of a limericks. It's a series of body events where Anos ends up doing something wrong, something stupid, something destructive, something thoughtless, something senseless. There's like 6 or 7 verses of it. Everyone laughs raucously at every one of these things. It's a jaunty, fun-sounding tune. But just under the surface of this raucous laughter, there's this element of people turning around to make sure that they know who's around.
So they're looking to the guard outside.
Essentially, something like that. The song ends, creating a massive applause. Everybody loves that song. We'll pitch coins at the stage. By the time the song ends, food is being brought out and laid before your assemblage.
Like taking a sniff of the stew and before
Right?
you eat.
It's foodish.
I imagine there's no spice. Like in comparison to what we would eat.
Yeah, no, everything tastes, yeah, earthy. Everything tastes like earthy, like it was grown there, and yeah,
Who would grow things in the dirt?
right.
We lived underground.
Anyways,
You can grow things in the dirt. That's what the blood vine farms are for. I don't know. It's fake.
It sounds fucking great to me, though.
As I'm getting my bowl,
Mhm.
I'm going to lean in. Given all the shoulder look, I feel it necessary to mention there's a guard outside.
It's a good thing the song is ended then. Too little, too late.
Just in case, what's next?
Understood. She gives it so much like, of course, this whistle.
It's like, son, come inside. Are you under some need of hiding displeasure with your?
What was his name?
Abu Lanus.
King Abu is jealous of his reputation. He would protect it at all costs. The last song that was of this nature that portrayed him in such a light saw the author of the song and several of its performers strung up by their heels.
That sounds fair and wonderful.
Above the table. Is it Abu or Anus that's he?
Yes,
No, they don't. No one likes either.
it's the same person. They get away with making fun of Abu by calling him, and
Got it. I thought there were two guys.
that was the intention.
And that's why nobody has died from it so far.
Gotcha.
And with that, we just accomplished one of the goals of this.
Your father looks at for it.
We found out his name.
His name, and whether or not there's 102.
There we go. Alright. Yay.
Optional.
How's the drink? How's the drink?
The drink is it's stout. It is it has those a little bit of the earthy undertones, but it's definitely got a lot more of a feeling that comes to a fulmination in your nose.
Okay.
Why do you do that?
I'll tell you.
I'm probably getting it to my sinus.
Yeah. It's just a burn as it heads down the throat, and you feel it warming your belly and down. It's nice. It's nice. This is good.
I'm just smiling.
There are alcohols. There are liquors that you guys are capable of brewing down there that are much stronger.
Oh yeah, I imagine so.
This is actually a nice, light, refreshing.
It's pouring light for us.
Yes, though.
Baki. What is your name? I apologize.
Yeah.
What is my name?
Wonderful detective.
I could throw out a name.
Feriel.
Feria.
You're gonna say slender elf lady.
Yeah.
Slendara.
Slendilf. Now, what did I say?
Feria.
I already confused myself by making up another name. I'm Fairy.
My name is Strixus.
Mr. Strixus, it's a genuine pleasure to meet you.
Yes, I noticed on our way into town, the castle. All over that way, there was some sort of light on the battlements. What is that?
Yeah. What a great question.
You don't have that ready.
Hold on a second. What kind of asshole GM is this guy?
One that makes him
Exhausted off and pulling everything out of his ass.
Yeah, you brought
The light of Arnor is taken.
Huh?
It's all good.
Light of Einar.
The light of Arnor.
Either the flame of our Lord.
The flame of Arnor, yes, that's right. And the light of Udun.
Flame of Udun.
Which is another word for perception list. Crystals of Pheal. Isn't it Alar? No, Alar's war. No, Einar's war.
Oh, the food right there. Einar is war bargaining negotiation. Alar was the first to. Wasn't it? Ayla. Yes.
Ayla.
Birth and growth. But remember, the color is pink, and that color is not represented by any of. So these would be Fister's needles. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It sounds uncomfy.
So what was your question?
What is that light over at the castle?
I thought those are Fister's needles. They're the defense, the larger portion of the defense of the city, kind of the citadel.
Did think it odd that there were no city walls. How did those protect you?
From way over there.
It's a sight to see. I can assure you that. They were originally built to defend the city from dragons. When the last dragons left the continent, they became merely defenses against the Lord Raiders and against military leaders. They're ranged weapons that can burn a pinhole through a target at seemingly any range.
That is a magnificent defense.
Very effective. The city's never been taken since the needles were built. They're installed.
When was there?
Just before the dragons left, so well over 500 years at least.
Yeah.
The last dragons were driven from the continent in the year 0.
It's fascinating.
Don't laugh like that. You're giving a fake smile, so.
Yeah, that was Bexley, so.
With such a magnificent defense, I do not mean to pry, I am a stranger here, but would that not put your lord in better graces with us?
Given that there hasn't been an attempted raid or military incursion in his lifetime, I don't think that the people have taken much into account.
What has he done that is so terrible? Earned
Aside,
such songs.
aside from tanking the national debt and turning us into an international joke politically, not a lot.
So your nation hurts from his actions.
His decision-making process is very anally oriented.
Hence the letter swap. Would you then say it is a waste of time to make contacts, make open trade relations potentially?
Unless it is within your interest or benefit to come to close proximity with a drooling ass. Far better for you to make good contacts with merchants, guild masters in the area. Circumvent the idiot.
That does sound better. Talking to idiots is not fun.
I agree, and the merchants were the next stop ending this.
There are individual guild halls distributed throughout the city, and then there's the guild exchange, where representatives of each guild meet daily to trade amongst one another. Businesses, materials, contracts. Is there a time limit for this? Usually daylight hours, dusk till dawn. Somebody is there, negotiating.
This feels like we're getting close to that cutoff for today.
Perhaps there are still a few we might be able to talk with.
We must hurry.
Thank you for the food, drink, and good company.
It is my pleasure. Strixus.
Yes.
Master Strixus.
Glad to see you again. Right. Whatever the price is on the menu, I will pay.
Individual tickets or all together?
That's not bad.
It's about 50 gold.
Equates to what?
This
isn't handfuls and
five
bags.
handful of like
Much money. Okay.
half of your bag. So,
I'll pay it.
for what it's worth, Corsa and her men all slap you on the back in thanks.
From us.
I dropped one of my little pink gems into the chair.
Oh, under my chair.
It fell over here and then bounced over. It bounced over there.
Wild.
The amount of cheapness about the floor is final. And the way those things cut,
They bounce wherever the fuck they feel like.
there is no predicting.
You know better luck predicting fucking football.
All right.
Where is it?
We're not far away, given that we're in the center of town.
Nothing's far away from here.
Right? So where did we establish that we were? We established that we were at this corner here.
Yeah, about right there-ish.
So the actually, if we were here, is that where I was just pointing?
That's where you were just pointing.
Okay. It's like it's like across the street, man.
Yeah,
Now, what? I really want to know what the guard's up to when we exit.
No.
His well, let me see if we've managed to do.
Can we give that a disadvantage because there were two other eyes on the team?
Unfortunately, what I can do is say that you have notification that he has absolutely made contact with other guards. That was critical sixes.
That sounds familiar.
When you come out, he is standing on the corner just over where you are, and he's surrounded by a bunch of guys dressed just like him. Speaking to one particular who is a little more armored, has a feather on his helmet, and has a large brooch holding his cloak in place. He's ranky.
Mm-hmm.
So when you come out and start making to fix horse, the guards kind of march a little bit showy, a little bit stomp marchy, up to stand in front of you, and this more well-dressed guardsman steps up, removes his helm, places it under his arm. On behalf of you're welcome in Corum. Asher informs me that you have business here in the city. And that was here with a meeting with the tavern keep of the National Hatch.
Yes.
Your meeting a success?
Everyone is fed and drank, and we have our next destination. Yes.
That being?
The Merchant's Trade Guild.
Yeah. Allow me to be your guide. And then he points.
I want to inside check this guy.
Go for it.
I don't know what.
I'm inside checking this
Is
guy.
it a perception check? So,
Inside.
right, but it's just that.
For instinct, yeah. So that is
16 with fear.
I will take that fear, but that will be a success. What are you looking to gather about him?
Trying to gauge what his intent might be here. Is it to observe us, get information, or is it to hurry us out of the city as quick as possible?
He's currently in the process of assessing you. This man is Glory Hound.
Mm-hmm.
Wannabe mover shaker, and
He's a bootlegger.
if you are important, he wants to be the one that brings you to the king. If you're not, he wants to be the one that makes sure that you don't cause trouble and that you get out quickly. So he's currently assessing, whereas Asher took you at your word, he's determining the validity of your.
Sure.
So allow me to be your guide.
Please lead the way. Straight across the neck. Not letting you walk behind me.
He frustrated breath and walks across the street to stand on the sidewalk in front of a building that says Trade Center. Building exchange, sorry.
Thank you for the service, good sir. I'm going to grab my bag out of the bag and go inside.
I'll follow after, and to Kronos in Infernal have that one watched very closely.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's not live in a take up. You see her gesture to see that that's followed, but you also see Homeboy gesturing to his men as well, and he follows you in. Just stand on the inside of the doorway, not blocking the doorway, standing just on the side, but maintaining a view of your activities while you're inside the guild exchange.
I know something I want to look for. Was maps. Recent maps.
I can see this being a decent place to get one of those.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I don't mind,
at
like-
least a decent place to start the look.
Mm-hmm. Start looking around. Other than that, I could think of like general stuff that can't. We would be running off our own rations at food stores, but that's going to run out eventually. I have a way of dealing with that, but in the meantime, it's better to have something on hand.
We gotta start working on that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have regulation on that yet, so
Yeah. It's better to go ahead and determine what our options are.
which is one of the reasons why I want to worry about trade and trade goods
Mhm.
from us to us, of whatever.
Another good idea is, if not for purchase, then we can at least examine their weapons and armor. Get a close-up.
There's plenty of benefit to
Mhm.
trade.
So within the exchange program, there are. It looks like a market bazaar. It looks like these are merchants with trades for sale. There are definitely items on display.
Mhm.
But as you walk and as you listen to the conversations as you pass through, it's a big building, 3 floors, big central balcony with galleries, 3 floors of galleries. One whole wall that's dedicated just to administration, where these deals are signed, contracts are signed, and but the galleries themselves are filled with trade guild representatives of families of shops, of merchants organizations, and they have brought demonstrations demo products of their wares with the intention of selling them in lots, wagonfuls or shipfuls, bulk trades. So while you may find a cartographer's guild representative, there will be maps on display. You might not be able to negotiate the sale of an individual farm.
Mhm. Going with that options, I want, if I must get a collection of maps, or a lot of them, or a bulk of them, I want see if I can negotiate for the most recent, like most up to date about like not only like topography features, like kingdom borders, locations of towns, settlements, such like that.
As detailed as possible.
As detailed as possible.
And just for delivery, when?
I doubt I would have the money to buy them outright now. Considering I suspect this is going to be hella expensive. I don't know what the next day will bring, but maybe call it 2 days?
I mean, how early are they able to do it?
Yeah, that's a good question. How quickly would they be able to gather such recent maps?
What kind of quantity are you thinking? They're sold by the sack, by the cart. No, excuse me, by the sack, by the crate, by the cart.
Now, are these all like the same map?
Yes.
Okay, just a sack then.
Okay.
We can copy and paste as
Yeah, I would say just a sack to start with, and we could have our own cartographers copy, make the souls do it.
How big a region? The entire continent, just the Kingdom of Hate.
I would say just this kingdom for now. Because
that would be a first one to start. Because we don't need the whole.
no,
We don't have a sense of scale yet. We don't know what that means.
we don't have a foothold yet to really worry about the rest of the continent.
Yeah, so just
Yeah, so just knowing this
just hate.
Okay.
Hate.
Yes, we.
We can have a sack here tomorrow of local Haitian.
Haitian.
It makes sense, and
It does.
Local maps. We can have a sack of them here tomorrow.
I should be able to pick that up. If not me, then Cronus.
We can have runners.
As you realize that the larger the quantity, the steeper the discount you get.
Larger the quantity, the more we're paying in total.
A single sack will suffice for now. Depending on the quality as we find it, we may come back to it.
Understood. Three handfuls of gold for a sack.
It's not ever it's my idea.
We can always make Cronus bigger too.
An option.
An option.
You didn't say for our men for paying their own bills.
I don't know how much money they brought with them.
But at the same time, he's also saved her life how many times now?
Also true.
You start digging through your pouch and counting out the handfuls, and he says, No. Here, take this script. Take it to the administrator's desk. He'll give you a receipt. You'll use that receipt to collect on delivery tomorrow.
So I give him the money?
Yes.
Very well.
I'm taking money. I don't want to get robbed on the way home.
I suppose that makes sense. That's fair.
After that, I want to go to... Do you have anywhere you want to go?
Yeah, I want to see if I can identify anything that is already local. And any shops that are from Corum.
Gotcha. So yes, there are several that have little signs somewhere on their display that say "locally made." Makes it easier to figure out what might be actually Corum or somewhere within. Somewhere even smaller a range than that. Somewhere within what would probably be like the district. Maybe a ring of 3 or 4 cities around.
So I'm going to browse through these and identify what is properly local export and identify what we could use. Probably food is first on the list right now, but stuff like leathers, building materials, because we would need all of that. We would need to know about all of that at the very least.
Yeah.
It's all here. You will be able to make all of those arrangements.
I'm still interested in looking at the weapons,
That's where I was about to redirect.
but I also thought of something else. Books. Historical, textbooks on maybe blacksmithing to see how they produce their own weaponry, how they make their armor. And not to mention, or we would be working with, we potentially could be working with materials in the future we're not familiar with. So if I can find books to help procure that knowledge, I'm going off the assumption we cannot get more weapons and armor from hell. So eventually, when our gear eventually does start to break down, we will have to start using materials and resources from here. We're going to go ahead and have a plan.
Right. Well, you're thinking about buying that stuff. He's thinking about learning how to make that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm also
But the short term is buying it. Long term would being able to produce it ourselves.
Right. Both are validating.
Mm-hmm. But I am most certainly interested in seeing the weapons.
Right, and that you actually get. I can give you the base list that comes in
Yeah,
the
it's the
book.
base list of the book. Yeah.
Yeah. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see that there. But you also, during the conversation, come to understand that enchantment is a thing, and it seems to be actually kind of commonish.
I will press a little bit of that on that. Like, you'll have to forgive me. We come from a small island to the far south. Enchantment is not very common there. I'm just kind of asking very basic questions. I'm trying to understand how it works. What kind of capabilities does it have?
Right.
I'm being very careful in the wording to sound curious, but not
Right. So yeah, it academically he responds in the same kind of language, and he informs you that you can permanently imbue the materials or the finished products with varying degrees of magical power that can affect the damage of the deals or transfer long-lasting effects from the user onto the opponent, blah, 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 blah.
And certainly one thing I'd be asked is, like, what does it... Is it hard to make these things? What goes into actually producing an enchanted item, not just a weapon?
Right, and he gives you almost as though he doesn't quite completely understand either, but he knows the terminology.
Mm-hmm.
So he talks about ritual magic being the most common foundation for enchantment. Although it can be done under expedited circumstances with concentrated spells, specific, basically recipes of magic casting that create specific effects that can be made to be permanent when cast in a ritual environment.
If there are books about that, I would certainly be interested.
Different conversation. You're talking to the weapons guy, right?
So that can actually...
Yeah, he's actually to the Libra Guild.
That's rather nice.
If you brought a notebook or something to keep notes in,
I did. That was on my shopping list.
okay.
Note-taking materials.
Good. So yes, you're able to note down which of these goods to come back to negotiate. You have the fair resources at your disposal. There's nothing in this place that can't be used for some way or another. This is literally raw materials and finished materials ready for export and what do they call it? Turnkey.
Yeah, so
Ready for use at the
while doing all that, do I notice an alchemist and or an artist?
You recognize rules for guilds of them, yes.
Wonderful. I would like to approach one or the other and see how interested they would be in the materials that I have. The alchemist with himself,
Right.
and the other one with the raw gold. I just said the word. Why can't I think of it?
I can't remember it either, but I've been artisan. Gotcha. So with the sulfur, it doesn't look all that impressive. The quantity that you have seems to be impressive. You've got an entire big pouch full of it. And he says, oh, that's fair, but the refinement is it's usable for some things, but not usable as much. Where do you get this quantity of refined sulfur to be bright yellow, almost to the point of being white?
And we would have access. We don't have to do that.
We would have to ask.
It's not commonly done, otherwise you would have brought it back up there.
I did specifically say raw sulfur.
Yeah, we haven't had much use of that kind of thing. I mean, I don't know what goes into the infernal glycerin.
It's one of the prime ingredients. Yes.
Mhm.
Interesting.
So we might actually be interested in gathering not raw sulfur, the refined sulfur, to help reduce and restore our stock.
But he says that we be able to provide in bulk. We could absolutely make deals. I personally, as an artisan myself, would offer you 4 handfuls of gold for what you brought today.
I will take you up on that, and I'll see what my people can do for fine stuff. And I may be back in town tomorrow. It may be a day or two before I get to talk to you. But I will see what I can do for that. With that being the case, if I were to bring you this much of refined, how much would that be?
If it is white sulfur, if it is highly refined, easily a chest. Easily a chest for a bag of that size.
Wonderful. I'd be able to do that. I don't know. I will take you up on the offer for this right now.
Grabs the personal pouch.
That was 4.
That was 4 each.
Pleasure doing business with you. I will.
I look forward to seeing what you can produce. Wander around until you find an artisan who seems to specialize in working with gold, or a guild who's the guildsmith
Seems to be advertising an awful lot of gold.
Guild. Describe to me what you put in front of me.
A handful of a chunk of raw gold. As big a piece as I can carry, like this.
Okay.
Not super big, but enough to represent that I have access to more.
Gotcha. Do you ever watch any Gold Diggers or any of the?
I have not, but she has.
On those like gold rush shows, if someone showed up with a softball sized nugget of gold, how would they freak out?
Honestly, with that kind of size, from what I've seen, people get really fucking excited, even for just a little shit.
Yeah. So
Especially when it comes to gold.
this, if you're actually pulling full chunks like that, that have very little stone content in them, you're not breaking up a stone and grinding that stone down to get the flakes out. People are shitting over something about the size of a tooth. So when you pull out gunk,
How much is that?
can't constant. Let's get the general here. The guildsmiths are hovering. They first of all, what is your source? What mine have you pulled these out of? Pulled this out of? This is one of them's like his hands are shaking. Can
You may touch it. You came from an island far off the south coast.
Full transparent disc on a lanyard. He wedges it into his eye and pops his eye open and makes it huge like this. He picks up the gold and he's what are you asking for, Strixus? What are you asking for? Look at your work. We don't have enough to offer you. Wow. Sure. Today.
I would say take it back until they don't sell it to them until they can get the money.
Show them the money, you get gold.
I'm going to give them all credits back.
Are you showing them the rest?
No, that's all I brought.
Okay.
So, my beautiful summation.
They don't work like that.
It's everything. And the worst that would happen is that the bottom of it is flat. That's not going to work. Gold is very malleable. It does not shatter. It spreads.
My intent is to get a piece off it.
You need tools for that,
Yeah,
bro.
you literally.
Just come back when they have the money.
Yeah, they say we could manage it. We need to give us some time. We could probably field 3 carts. If you imagine how progression works from
Yeah.
handful, bag, chest.
Yeah, I brought you. Damn. How many chests would that be?
30.
Okay. 10 per cart. Yeah, that works.
About how long might that take? I'm due back here tomorrow, but
Really? We have the means
for by tomorrow.
It will hurt us to do so, yes, but for a gold of this purity and that quantity, I'm sure he would be amenable.
Well, how about this? We do this, and when I come back to commit the trade, I will also come back with details for further trades.
You're saying you have more?
I do believe so, yes.
Four cards. And you deal only with us.
Unfortunately, that is not my decision to make. However, you're the only one to make it for so far, so I don't see a problem with it just now. I will be able to confirm or deny this entirely when we come back and talk further.
Three cards then. We'll see you tomorrow.
It'll be a pleasure.
Anything else? That's the guild. The guild.
If I can find books on,
Yes, the Leaders Guild.
yeah, actually that'd be a good place to start to ask about my shit.
Also, yes.
Yeah, go over there. So there are 4 different Liebers guilds.
Mm-hmm.
There is Cyril. There is free. Pastoral would be educational books on farming, almanacs, seasonal planting, various biome specialties, that kind of stuff. Free would be generic knowledge, things that you would learn in high school. Then there is mechanical, and then there is arcane.
There's something useful in all of them. I don't want to make you roleplay all 4 of them.
That's cool. I understand.
I would definitely stop at all 4 just to ask questions, gather what materials I can, but my focus is the arcane. Because we have the capability of doing all 3 of the others, but we don't know nearly enough in the arcane.
Right. So, what's your intentions with this initial conversation with the arcane Leaders? What would be your focus in this conversation?
I'm going to leave that up to fate. Hope. If it's hope is higher, it's about asking general mechanics, explaining where we come from. The arcane is not super common, trying to understand more about it. I learned from the blacksmith about enchantments, asking general questions.
Okay.
If fear is higher, I'm talking about me and my stuff. I'm being a good boy, and not being selfish. Certainly would be looking for text on if there's a possibility of someone using them to learn. If people who are not able to do magic, are there materials to help them learn?
There absolutely are, and they're of varying qualities. There are a certain range of popular pulp educational materials that are generally unproven, mostly unprovable, that are designed to simply milk for their money. But there are a certain amount of high quality tomes that come from the various colleges from around the continent. These books obviously are much harder to come by, and therefore tend to be much higher in price, and can range, depending on the particular subject matter, from so the more specific the magic, the less the book costs. Where ritual magic is anything on ritual magic is feels exorbitant. We're talking like carts for a single book. But if you get into the specific, what are they called?
Like the domains?
Domains, thank you. If you get into specific domains, suddenly the fee drops exponentially to where you can, and then if you're looking for specific spells, we're talking maybe a chest, maybe 2 chests for something particularly cool.
Okay, sounds very expensive.
magic can be used by anybody, particularly ritual. Once you class in, then all of a sudden there's whole swaths of the population that can't use that magic. So when you get into the domains, there's a lot less of a target environment for you to be able to sell to, so the price drops.
Mm-hmm. Ritual magic has definitely got my attention because I feel like that would be the most widely available. And actually, in even asking questions about certain abilities, I think I'd probably pick up that we have some of those, like our Reavers are able to use effectively the Midnight Domain, right? And what is that? And I kind of coming to that understanding, like, oh, I see. That's what this is.
There are domain parallels.
Yes, this is what they refer to these abilities as. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. That makes it a lot easier for us to comprehend. I would be
less lost in translation.
Yes, less lost in translation. I would certainly be interested in the Codex domain because it's wizardy. It's the easiest to teach. As well
Must actually come in books.
as well as the ritual magic. After getting whatever information I can, I will shift focus to the die roll is like to determine like what I was going to like focus on.
Right.
I've got that done. Now it can be a little selfish.
Okay. Well, let me be a little bit more specific about what you were doing here. Just gathering information about price ranges. You weren't actually trying to negotiate for delivery.
Yes. Because I don't have that much.
Okay.
It would take a lot, and I don't think our coffers are thick enough yet to do that.
You don't know what you asked your father to look into providing.
That will require me going back and determining what we're able to gather.
Yeah. So, specific to your personal needs.
I think whenever kind of talking about the different domains, the Splendor would have caught my attention because
It feels right.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned the domain of Splendor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me more of that?
Blah 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 blah.
It's holy magic given by gods or higher powers.
But we don't use the word gods here. We talk about celestials, right?
The Celestials.
I'm not biting my finger at you, but
That's the language of Pheal.
the flavor, yes, exactly. So, that one is actually going to be a really cheap domain. You would, depending on how much you have in your pocket right now, you might be able to come away with books 1 through 5.
You should have 2 bags left. If I
I have 6 bags.
you have 6 bags.
I haven't bought any books yet. I was gauging prices.
You need 5 bags.
Oh no, you need 5 handfuls. Never mind.
Yeah, I have 5. Oh, sorry, I have 5 handfuls, not bags.
So you would be able to get, if you negotiate good, you would be able to get 1st and 2nd levels.
This is. That would be cool. That way I could actually understand what I'm doing. And be more aware of what I'm capable of. I think that might be worth it. Do I need to make a roll?
No. No, because there's no downsides other than you don't get it. So there's nothing that's going to affect the narrative if you fail that roll. So let's go ahead and just say that you negotiated well. It costs you all 5 of your handfuls to get levels 1 and 2. Normally, you would be paying 6. You would be paying 3 per level, but you're paying a total of 5 for both.
Now I did a fate roll earlier. It was for an intent, but I actually need to double check validity for it.
Okay.
While he's having this conversation, am I still talking to the artisan and the alchemist?
I would hope that these would be happening concurrently, yeah.
In my
Okay. This certainly helps. And I will ask, how common is this domain? How common is it for there to be people with these celestial powers?
That's why it's so cheap is that it's not very common at all. The Celestials have other ways of manifesting their influence on Pheal. There are the Aetheris, the various races that are specifically attributed to each Celestial. And they have much stronger spheres of influence than any single seraph.
So because it's so uncommon, it's so cheap?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Oh, no, you're right.
the other way.
It would be the other way. The less coming in, have to charge more. Well, but nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying it. It's just sitting on a shelf.
Mm-hmm.
Discount by default.
That's where I was aiming earlier in the conversation. Yeah.
Okay, so I just in this case I kind of lucked out because I'm the only seraph interested in these.
Yeah.
At the moment.
Most of the seraphs who are on Pheal have access to the other sources that are available because they go, oh, you're one of those. You should go talk to that person over there. Because you don't have any of that referral potential. This feels like it's your only source for that information. But it's relatively cheap because the smaller the market, the cheaper the price has to be in order for it to be able to move as a product.
If he mentions that about like having director connections, like you can reach out to these powers and speak to them.
To the organizations that represent them, the Celestials themselves only communicate with their Aetheris. And even then, not all of them.
Aetheris. Thank you. I don't want to be too obvious about asking what is an Aetheris, but that has caught my attention.
Is that Daniel or is that...
Both.
Okay, so the Aetheris in the book are an entire ancestry that are just Aetheris. They just are what they are. They feel like angels. They're intended to be the opposite of the Infernis.
Mm-hmm.
I have enhanced them to be specifically 5 different 5 different representatives, races dominated by the moons. By the Celestials, 6. Because there's the Veronay,
There's sons,
and Bei'Hara. 7? Goddamn.
Tiara.
Well, yeah, she was the first at Orrery.
But kind of going through this, could I put together that they're sort of our opposite? They come from the above, while we come from the below. Or is there not enough information?
It might feel like that, and in the book is written, it's intended to feel. In our circumstance, you do not come from here, and so there is no opposite of you.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Which makes sense. I think it would have to be Strixus would have to meet one to really get a vibe of that kind of thing. Like, oh, you're what we aren't. You're the opposite to us. Like, in terms of the
Angel, devil.
celestial realms. Okay. Alright, that'll be it on me. I will go find my brother.
Gotcha. He actually comes and finds you. You had some deeper conversations, although you spent time wandering a little more thoroughly. So it's about the same, but you would have had the longer conversation. So he'll end up tracking you down.
Did you get everything you were looking for, brother? I got estimations on prices of certain things.
Anything you wanted today? I happen to have some extra bags.
I think I've got what I need for now.
You hesitated, are you sure?
It would seem that they have knowledge of... And I gesture to the wings. That is, I would assume I have like either covered or just not been taken notice of by people. Or it's not that weird.
If you got them furled, yours would be weird because you're fucking emit smoke.
That's true.
And shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, they're if you have them tightly furled and under cloak, it makes it a lot easier. For
Yeah. I gesture to my back. It's like, seems that they have some that.
Did you get what you needed for it?
Not all.
How much did you need?
You can get the other 3 books to get up to 5, which is what they had on hand to be able to sell to you.
I'll explain basically that.
Come on, I've got the extra bags. Let's go.
I like cocked an eyebrow at you.
Did you want to?
Yes. Yes. Just a little like, oh, I'm burning a needle.
Trusted liar gives me +2.
Trying to see. Did you roll a crit?
No.
Okay.
Was a fail.
What is it? I haven't rolled yet.
It is 12 and 11.
It's 23.
Plus 2.
25.
And then that would be presence, right? Charm?
Right.
So +3.
26.
Possible non.
The only way I can beat that is if I crit.
You dirty fucking flirt. Tell lies, sweet and deep.
What did you say the total was?
26.
I'm looking for anything.
28.
Oh! No, this wouldn't be a present.
Because it's 23 plus 3 is 26, plus the 2 for the trusted liar.
Oh, God.
28.
Okay. How close are you?
Well, I have 21 naturally. I'm looking over what I have.
These are both really high rolls.
Yeah. Could it argue because I'm talking to another member of nobility to get because of Highborn?
Unfortunately, he does not qualify as highborn. He is a lowborn who is currently sitting high because of his ability to be able.
Right. What was your total again?
28. Yeah.
I think he wants to try playing that card. Sure.
I can still be.
Like, in this way, but that. So, no. Yeah. That one not going to be.
Okay. So, let me run these by you to see if any of my experiences you think could be added to this.
Okay.
Heir's Privilege.
Okay.
Reaver. Warsus Will. Inspiring Commander.
I don't see any of those actually
qualifying. What was the first one? That was the one that made me go thinking about heirs privilege.
Mm-hmm.
I will allow you to take heirs privilege in that you have had to try to read and suss your sister's intentions
Mm-hmm.
your whole life. So I will allow you that one bonus to be able to factor it in out of those. If you have anything else that can be applied,
So that would bring the total to 23. I spend both my prayer dice, which are 3s, to get 29.
I burn another hope.
Oh, what?
Behind the smile.
Oh, dirty. You just arranged that one today.
Yes, I did.
Oh. That's exactly what the spell, what the experience was designed for, too.
I argue I could get advantage through voice of reason.
you're trying to read what he's telling you. You're not able to counter what he's telling you by speaking of it. On it.
Ethereal visage?
He does not want to trust me at all.
I understand why he feels like he shouldn't, but it really seems like you're going to have to, bud.
I don't want to.
I don't wanna.
It's not even about trusting him, it's about seeing if he's fucking with me.
You are unable to tell, sir. Unfortunately.
Damn it, I spent my other 3 on a prayer dice earlier. If I hadn't have done that...
I got 2 more I could pop to that would have put me above even that.
So what is the worst that happens here? You're in his pocket for a few gold.
No, he can tell Father I've been researching what the fuck happened to me. Possibly gaining more knowledge and power.
You're going to tell Father that.
Yeah, but if you get to it first, it looks like I was trying to hide it.
I mean, that's a fair idea.
As the voice of reason, as a voice of reason, what dumbass wouldn't look into what the hell happened to me? You would be actually probably deemed to be more irresponsible to not.
Fine. Take your damn 30. For my own curiosity, I just wanted to see if I could have gotten advantage of what I was down to. He would have turned into a 30.
So the good news is you now have access to your full knowledge of 1 through 5, which is fucking wild.
Who understood this, Ben?
But actually, why? I'm trying to read 3 books. Oh, I see. Gotcha. So that would be 3 times 5 is 15. 15 handfuls. So 1 bag and 5 handfuls.
Okay.
Pricing negotiations 3 per book.
So now I am fully aware of certain capabilities, such as being able to talk to the dead.
But you do that anyways with the spirits.
No,
I don't know. He wasn't able to communicate with it. He was able to be aware that it could communicate.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Now he might actually develop the ability to communicate.
I can also use divination, where I ask forces beyond yes or no questions. I know more healing stuff. I can basically put a death ward on somebody, so that if I spend 3 hope and choose an ally within close range, they are marked with a glowing sigil of protection. Should that ally have to make a death move, they clear a hit point instead.
So let me clarify something.
We have these, I just know.
Okay, I was willing to work a system
Mm-hmm.
where, because you have these books and because the power is inherent,
Mm-hmm.
you might be able to find a way to use it first.
But just knowing what the capabilities are is
If you're satisfied with that, I'm cool with that. That will make sense.
the idea of being able to swap out domains. It's fine. Like, that's cool for me. I'm Strixus is satisfied if for the moment of knowing, oh shit, there's a lot more I could potentially do.
That was chess.
Mm-hmm. We were both playing chess real hard. You were just slightly better.
It's 1 point better after everything.
Mm-hmm.
It was 1 point.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun to watch.
So I was digging, like, I'm not necessarily built for social stuff. I can do it okay, but you're built for social entirely. So. But I think we might be done here in the merchants.
Yeah. I've got all
Clocks just to
I'm okay. Just probably one of 10 beacons.
I do need 3 though. I just want to point out that somebody has walked away from the table for a while now.
To be fair, she hasn't had anything to do.
yes, you
I'm listening in on the chaos on the screen.
Okay.
I'm over here creating my own kind of chaos.
Believe it.
You say creating your own Infernis. No!
get our own kind of chaos.
Yeah, I should make it Infernis.
That would give her some extra to play while we're doing stuff like this.
Right? I wouldn't mind if you wanted to.
I got you. I want to finish up this one first.
So we've given him an entire fucking legion in the other campaign, so
Yeah.
you can have 2. If you so choose.
It took me a second to click his other reach as you.
That's to you, yeah.
Excuse me, everybody. I could have spent another hope for death to see her advantage on almost to trick someone into believing a lie we tell them.
Oh, what lie are you telling? What lie are you telling?
This is true. But train bureaucrat and conductor of chaos.
First, conductor of chaos over the top. You got to figure it. You want to do a favor and fuck with him.
I know what I'm about. It's just nice murder. I'm curious about this condition just as much as he is.
Right? The more he learns, the more you learn.
Let's not forget number 3.
Right? Cultivate that.
Does this not count?
It absolutely does. It absolutely does. That's a very good point. In fact, what kind of favor bonus should we grant for when you succeed in doing one of those? Because you already got one today.
Come on, we play this either down. That would fucking bolt. I have a very proud of having that thought.
All of the plans you concocted today fucking went off without a hitch. And I didn't facilitate. It was not me going, all right, we'll set this up.
I'm a devious part.
Yeah, it's artful, man. I feel like there should be a kind of a favor bonus.
He didn't stand a chance, by the way, because I could have used my sphere of influence and got another 4 on top of that. Manipulation.
Yeah?
He didn't stand a chance. Wow. Especially with that roll. That was a huge roll. I don't have a clue to answer your question.
So how does the award of a favor award known?
During a rest, spend one of your downtime moves to tithe to your patron. When you do, gain favor equal to your presence. If you choose to forego this, offering the GM instead gains fear. So, per rest, I tithe and would get 3 favor. Normally.
So my inclination would be that you would be able to add your proficiency,
Which would be 3. So,
I will say Daniel.
you keep from getting.
I did add you
You
something.
can only do it once.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah,
You
it's
wouldn't be able
setting up pops.
today. You pulled 2 of them off. You wouldn't be able to add 1 per.
So it's just
3
like up on top of
3.
the.
Okay.
You're going to be able to get that 3 because you did the 1. There is no bonus for if you can be in repeat. So tomorrow you'll be able to get the standard favor plus the proficiency.
us.
Just so you know for Vosk,
Mm-hmm.
right?
This could also apply to boss.
If your patron gives you a mandate,
Mm-hmm.
then you succeed very effectively in achieving the goals of one of those mandates.
Mhm.
You get a favor bonus of your proficiency the next morning.
Wonderful.
You go. You hear me? Good. You're recording. Good.
You have multiple witnesses to hold you to.
Yes. Yeah, that sounds fair. You're not going to be able to stack it. He pulled 2 mandates today, but he's only going to be able to get the proficiency
Mhm.
bonus once. Okay. So that's probably close to 2 hours at the Guild Exchange. It was late after. No, it was afternoon, dead afternoon. It was right around lunch hour when we got to the hat. Would have taken you probably half an hour, 45 minutes. So we're talking to get from the hat to the Guild Exchange, and then 2 more hours at the Guild Exchange. So it's late afternoon, early evening. And it looks like various display areas, the guild are hanging curtains over their gear and setting up to leave. The administrator's offices that are already closed. And those are shuttered. Big, heavy gates.
That's where money's at.
That's money's on the premises, yes.
I also noticed something. We did the opposite of what we did last time. You got intelligence. I got practical gains. This time we swapped.
Yeah. I love it. There's balance in all things. It's kind of good. Captain Asshole is still waiting patiently down at the entrance.
Yeah, it looks like my battery is uncharged for some reason. Uh-oh. It's alright, I'm not gonna run out. Get back first. I'd like to know why that is.
All the floods are turned on, at least. Wow.
Okay.
All right. So, question. With Captain Asshole looming, are we going to attempt to leave town?
If we do, wait till we get out of the perimeter of the city, wait for full dark before we head back home. That way it's harder for them to follow us, because we can see in the dark, they can't. Can we? We see better than they do. That we do. That can make sense that we'd be able to see in the dark.
It does, absolutely. It'll just like point out. That's all.
Or just go right past where we need to assist?
It's like I got a boat follow us. Well, we can take a boat.
It feels unlikely that they would send a boat after you.
So we didn't have a ship come pick us up, and we would have no way of telling.
Right.
Unless we can just purchase a boat and sail down the water. Or charter. Then that would be leading them too close, I think.
I agree. So, my first instinct is to make to head out of town, out the south.
Or we could chart the boat, go past by like a mile or two before we actually need to be, and then
The ships are right there. The Corum ships are right there. That's going to be a big clue to anybody following us. That ain't right.
how far away mileage-wise are the ships from the city? Seconds.
They are pretty damn close.
Frankly, the fact that maybe nobody has seen them yet is fucking miracle.
Don't know if there's been a sea track or a river tracker.
There would have to not be for them to have not seen it.
Yeah, there hasn't been for 2 days.
Yeah, eventually it's going to sell to this shit over.
Yeah, it's really close. That's the best I can do. You guys,
Frankly, my suggestion is to go out the south gate and go off course from where we are. Maybe camp.
Do you think they might be too late to purchase horses?
What would be our excuse? Because we came in on horses and they saw them.
No, you came on a horse. We had one horse.
that's my piece of
Sure. Right.
They saw us come in on.
Yeah, I think the best course of action is to go on foot like we have been with what we have, veer off course to try to lose any potential followers, and then make our way back.
That's also just big all of this. This whole area is all flanks. So you're going to be able to have a nice wide view of anybody that's following you in the dark. That's only going to serve you.
That's fair. We can walk like we're going off course a little bit, just to see if anyone's following us, and then if we can confirm that no one's following, then we can head straight.
So let's head back to where we came from. I was an asshole trying to leave us be.
I hope your business was well attended.
Oh, very well.
Yes.
We made lots of good deals and plenty of information to come back tomorrow.
Very good. So you'll be back in the morning then, will you?
I do believe so, yes. Yes.
Yes, that's an issue. Yes.
I think I should ask you if you could come back in a few hours to accompany me. I believe that His Majesty would be interested in making your acquaintance.
I most certainly would love to do that.
That sounds fine by me.
Marvelous. Where can we meet? Will you be staying in town?
No, we're going to camp. Because of all of our trades, we do not have money to house. Now, as for meeting place, I feel right here should actually be quite better. I have business to attend to back tomorrow, and we'll have plenty to do.
First Lakes?
Perhaps lunch.
Lunch. You'll be wandering about town before then, or will you be arriving in town?
I mean, that I should be very early. I have business to attend to here. Straight here.
Very well. I'm happy to escort you to the road upon which you intend to exit. I'm going to meet you here in the morning. Looking no bother, and of course, just make contact with we are here.
His shifts in attention and focus has got me curious. Is it possible to insight on him?
Sure.
It's just a 10.
His position was such that he would have had a pretty good idea about which specific skills you guys spent most time at. Given that he spent time at the alchemist and at the Neepers, those two alone suggest a high academic knowledge base that definitely interest the ruling class. They really want to know why you have such interest, why you're interested in ours and your own, these kind of things. So it seems that yes, you made them think that they're
Yeah, that makes sense.
academic prowess. vegetables and sprouts. We will happily accept you as one.
This way?
So you know who came in. You go here. You notice that once you guys reach that building, at the edge of that building, everybody and they just watch you continue on. So you're actually standing down the road. You're welcome to.
I'd like to see it.
I'm sure you where they're going to be is
Unobscured.
unobscured for the majority of the way to the river at least.
I feel staying on the road for now would be the smartest.
Right, till we can like get to the point where like we would just be a blur and they wouldn't be able to tell much about what we're doing. At the very least. As we're walking, just kind of like him.
Neither do I, brother. But if you'll give me a moment to drift, I can help. I cast through your eyes and can heal.
So see him. Straight flat with a man. And we see that I'm
No talking over on that, just no works.
Just works. Just works with the but if she's targeted within very far range, you can see through their eyes, hear through their ears. You can transition between using your own senses or your target's freely until you cast another spell or your next rest.
Yep, alright.
Long enough to tell his intention, whether he's going to send somebody to follow us or he's just going to have them post expert guard on each of the roads.
Have you told me what you mean by drift?
No.
Okay. So I'm just watching you do something.
Yeah, you watch me turn around and then close your eyes.
As your eyes closed, you would have noticed them going milky. He's shifty, that one, but he's not right. So he literally stands at attention, watching the entire time, just like you saw. He was standing at attention the entire time you guys were in the exchange. He did not move. He did not go to question the people that he was speaking with after you had already left. He is a fucking wreck with a spear.
I'm here to turn, but I don't think that worked very well.
I said, I'm not sure. It seems as though his intention is to stay until it goes full dark. Can you please roll me a D4 and tell me a number? No, tell me a number before you roll. 1 through 4.
1 through 4, I'm going to say 3. 3 was the first number that came through.
If you roll that number, if you roll a 3, then you will check in with him at exactly the right time to be able to tell what he does. If not, as you manipulate through the chill dark, it's very likely you could miss what he does, because it's going to be literally maybe one sentence. Fair.
That's just a 1.
Unfortunately,
every time you beam in, we're just standing there at attention with his 3 or with his, well, there's like 5 guys that were in his unit. And suddenly, when you check in, he's meandering down the road, marching stiffly with 5 guys behind him, back in the attack. Interesting.
Interesting, because naturally you would need one to stay there and watch the road quest to come back. That would be my first immediate thought. That's not the bad answer, but that's...
Scared the fucking break.
That's the but it's not, though, but it is.
You can't imagine someone being that transparent and dumb. But then make that much to your disadvantage. You'd be thinking they don't understand. Just back somebody for each of the roads on either side. And
yeah. My thought fix that process is 24 people looking over 5 before sneaking away. He's not going to look back, so he's not going to see that he's left one just standing there. I think we're safe, but I do want to keep an eye behind us, just in case. Didn't seem like there was much going on in his head, but yeah.
Could see what was in his head.
No, I didn't use that. I saw what he saw.
So is he stupid?
Very. It seems like you're in the clear to go home. That feels good.
So let us make camp for at least an hour.
Fair. Okay, let us make sure he didn't send any thoughts.
Yes, that's the intention. Kronos, have some of us hidden, watching perimeter very closely.
as you will, my lord. As you walk, you hear as Max drops into the grass. And another couple of minutes later, drops into the grass.
Wait, like they're getting pulled under by something? Okay.
Being unseen.
Okay, I was gonna say, wait, let's that your office. Just talk. Just so imagining Jurassic Park 2.
No, they're just dropping so that they can be unseen and they can move at a low brawl to do whatever they need to do.
No, let's go take it home. First out of the city.
It's a place that is driven by its trades, it seems. The people resent their king for making poor trades. The guild masters seem to be expecting very capable of making good trades. The guard captain seems to be willing to trade his honor for his team's ground. This is a place that thrives on the trading.
That was something I felt as well. It's what it's going to involve to solve the quest.
It feels so far that we may be able to manage this town ourselves without interfering with the king very much.
Yes, but at the same time and authority he has would be a thorn that stings.
Particularly when, like, these captain seek to use us to make them glory or renown of some form.
Well, we may be able to control trade based on our resources. We have seen very farm values.
I'm going to trade the sulfur situation to them.
Even as it may, military force is still necessary. Controlling wealth is one thing, having people to defend it and enforce it is different. Which we have. We have the numbers we have. In fact, we might be able to buy.
That may be easier than we initially think. NPCs are as poor as they seem. If we give them the right resources, they may fight for us just to keep that.
No doing so, we will have to make it very clear consequences of back off arrangements.
That can later also be established that it's our resources.
Yes, the cavern is fine. Having a castle that has the capability of not being penetrated due to arcane defenses is far more enticing, as I'm sure it will be fun.
Most certainly.
Militarily, though, defeating defenses, should they be as powerful as they say, getting access to them without destroying them, I fear would be a task insurmountable.
Yes,
That we did gain access to the Citadel, we surely have to be like disabling or destroying.
we would have to understand what controls them, which may be something we can start to grow into tomorrow, since it seems there is desired as the key.
Unfortunately, really, all trees engaged.
I'm not. So, I do believe that this would take precedent over my own experimentation. That's what you're fun.
You should leave that up to Father for one. For two. I don't really like the bureaucrat stuff, do you?
No, but I do need to learn how to manage them. These people require quite a bit of managing.
I suppose that's fair.
And despite all of your talents, brother, you are but one.
I suppose that's true. But I one hand believes it doesn't particularly seek the throne itself. That's responsibility I can't have.
That is a possibility. But as there also do need to learn how to manage your friends, don't I? Because we look back first. So now let us rest our feet before we head back.
There. I am exhausted.
Rest. You guys set up a makeshift camp.
running just enough sprinkle sticks to put off a little bit of light, a little bit of smoke, and set the image of camping.
After maybe 1 or 2 hours, if it doesn't seem like anything's happening, clean camp and head out.
Doesn't seem like nothing's happening. I'm not.
I'm gonna 3. Bang.
You say that now. You fell asleep.
What did you get?
A 1 and a 3.
Oh, I'm paying more attention than you are. I'll let you spend, because being perceptive is very useful for being reader. So that would put me at 13 with hope.
Beats it. I love that for you. Really.
Perceivable evidence that anybody is following or tracking you. Was that the question?
Yes.
Or
I'm paranoid now.
conceivable? That's
Yeah,
GM speak.
I know.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's what I would be looking out for if there's anyone following us. Also, making note of any wildlife that might be around, just naturally.
You can hear. Request in here. Some stuff. That's not here. It would be these guys. So
It was a bug. It smells sweet.
Okay, take it away.
Yeah, no, it's.
Was it a snake?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't want to see it.
Even the cats were just watching it down there, and it looked like it's struggling to move. So I beat it with a paper towel.
So I murdered it.
It's okay. Just there. I don't know about that. But as I pulled the big towel over, I got this basically like, oh.
anyway.
Well, it really wasn't at all interesting. So,
You do get a sense that there is movement out there seeing small rats.
doesn't sound familiar. I don't like it if it sounds familiar.
Yes, it sounds familiar, but you means that it's not. But it should be. Where you sprout. When you were in the presence of the red stalk, there was feeling of connection.
Mm-hmm.
The silhouettes that you can see
moonlight clarion, starlight behind them. You can see them moving. You can hear the sounds that they're making, communicating to you. There's a path of animals that's out here. That shares a similar shape and methodology, but does not have that connection to you, to what you are.
I'll look over at you and Kronos. There's something out there.
Huh?
She looks over at one of the guards who is within earshot, and she verifies, and he's like,
You sense familiarity to the beasts of the day, but not the same.
you hear that same one who was gesturing a moment ago, they're smaller.
Well, that seems to be good.
They're breeding.
That doesn't sound like good news.
How many large ones?
These are all small.
I'll kind of shrug off the cloak and extend my wings out and say, I'll see if I can suppose she thinks it's from here. And as quietly as I can, take off.
No, it is fairly quiet. It's not quite owl quiet, but it's not like eagle wings. Loud. It's probably smoke. As you circle around the camp, you can see that there are, in fact, 5, maybe 6 of these creatures that, from your height and from your angle, look like ripstoppers. Because you don't have any kind of yardstick for size comparison, so you're looking down on them. It's difficult for you to say what, but you can tell that their heads look to be smaller. The shape of their heads looks to be smaller. Their tail particularly looks to be thinner. Remember that your stoppers' tail started wide and then tapered. These are more like panthers do. All the way up.
If these are young, if these are the young of those creatures, they had a litter of at least 6 in 2 days, maybe 3.
That's fantastic news for farming.
Assuming we can get the same effects out. How are they moving? Are they moving in like some sort of formation, or
They are moving in. It's interesting actually. They look like a wagon wheel. They're where one at the bottom, one at the top move. If you were to watch, you would see that they move concentrically. Not concentrically, but
are they moving around something in the center?
your campfire.
They're hunting us. The problem is, there's 9 of us. Well, minus the other 2 that are up the road.
Yeah.
I will come back down.
There's their limits.
These are younger. They're different. They're smaller. Shaped differently. I don't know if they have the same level of threat. They're still threats. They are certainly the campfire.
Well, I mean, if they are the same, then this is our perfect opportunity to capture them. That was my thought. If they're not the same, the question is,
What kind of variation depends, but
so, what do you
an attack?
To be
I will take back to the air, see if I can pick one off. By these I can. The rest of you stand ready if they rush the fire. At this point, we're not able to prepare ourselves. And not have ourselves. But we have the knowledge that we know that they're here. So, back up. And I'm just gonna watch for a moment, picking out which one is the most. I know you're looking like a circular. Looking for the one that might be the most isolated.
So there is, how many did I say?
6 or 6.
I said 5 or 6. So let's, for the sake of it, he said there are in fact 5, and it looked like 6 because this odd one, he bounces between 2 positions by running across the length.
I think it's a spar.
He's actually cruising pretty close to the campfire in order to accomplish this. He's probing. He's specifically probing to see how close he can get before guards actually start to use it. There's a period when he is in between those 2 where he is out of contact, out of immediate view of the rest of the pack.
At that point, I will go after it. Just straight dive on feet.
That's it. Why did you do that? I know, what a jackass. This GM fucking sucks. I have no one book ready. Much more than that. Adversary. Here,
yeah.
yes, okay, rest it. Web stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it coincided pretty nicely with the opening of stuff. So it's the loading that's definitely fucking spinning.
It's just, it's so fucking clunky right now that you no cameras, any activities,
As long as the recording is still ish at least.
It looks like it.
What looks to be deceiving. Yada yada.
Yes.
Do you know what picture this yours too?
I do. You do that. I wouldn't see that. You manage. All right. You're targeting our kid. 12.
And to make it clear what I'm doing here, I'm attempting to basically knock it out rather than kill it. So
That's what we call non-lethal. Okay.
That's an 18 with fear plus I am taking fearless. Mark 2 stress change it to a simple instant.
Nice. That's an 18 with hope.
Mm-hmm.
Does not quite move into massive.
Well, that's a hit. I haven't done the damage.
That's right. You're right. Okay. That's the you're right.
Maybe say something.
Sure.
Oh, no. I think I can roll again before he gets back.
So, well, the answer is most definitely yes.
We'll fake roll, see if you should.
Sure was higher. No, that would have been. That was a no. Fear is in the bed.
Oh.
So. That's right.
And that's on a successful attack. You don't have to claim that before you get time.
So,
I am making a Infernis. Yay! Now,
Join the outside.
we'll say Bei'Hara, she is more in favor of your character. So this one I'm making more in favor of.
Oh, but she's gonna die.
Oh, come on! I'm actually be the one that actually, like, sees through his bullshit.
That's great. Just side with me.
Yeah, I'm going down the road, though. I was very tempted to do the, oh, what's the other one called?
assassin.
No, Syndicate.
Ah,
I think right now I'm going with Nightwalker.
I can make use of that, yeah.
I thought about Syndicate, but I was like, that would really help play into your character's information model.
Yes. Yes, we-
but frankly, Chick's gonna use whatever he can. Syndicate, Rogue, Nightwalker. Doesn't matter.
Real question is, will you let me snipe it up killing it?
That is a
You
good
say
question.
its legs off.
You want to know what the total is if I can?
Oh no.
43. Well, 43. Because I rolled really bad.
Jesus.
Hello. And the minutes of just so naturally he killed it. And he checked this.
Did you check?
I left it. So I was trying to double check his. I thought it was Tuesday and 0 Wednesday and Thursday. So I was going to have to take a moment of work. I'll try to figure it out. Work on it. Okay. Yeah, we'll figure it out. So
He's making characters for you.
Kara favors Strix.
Right.
So might as well make another one that favors the other.
Maintain the balance. I appreciate that.
Right.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
it's the question.
Yeah.
Can I smite it without killing it?
Yes. Good. Yes.
My goal is to knock it out.
Right.
Total damage if I'm allowed to smite 43.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We're actually really low on my regular damage dice.
Okay.
So I rolled a 2 and 3 and 2 plus 3 from Paragon, but plus 3 from
Smite.
No, +3 from Body Basher.
Oh,
And I get double.
wow. Yes.
Personally.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, these guys is fine. Every time I get my action. It is out. That's easy enough before you.
Very quickly grab it, drag it into the firelight, saying a word, point to one of them, and then point at it to tie it up.
The dice are in your favor. It did not make a whine or a yelp. It just clunk. So the pack is mostly unaware that anything happened. Definitely unaware that it's lost one. The Guardians do and hog tides, and you can hear them talking amongst themselves. It is not the same kind of shiny as what you guys fought on the plains, as what emerged from you. Here's what you remember fighting. Oh, come the fuck up! Yeah.
Dragon beetle lizard thing.
Here is what you have just catch.
Oh, that's very different. That looks like a cat. That doesn't look at all like those things. Close enough to see the blocks.
Shows the
Do you think that reflects on other things? Given that this doesn't seem art at all, I don't feel like this would have come from your plate. Monkey.
the Viridian apes. Let's make it look like tree moved.
Yeah, looking at this thing, I was like, it's different enough that I don't think it would have come from your light. Yeah, it's like these things. But I think the laws are solid enough to have been your life to have been based from this. A cousin, perhaps? It's hard to tell. We're gonna have to get our hands on some more of those rift stalkers and do whatever tests we can to figure that out. Let's do surviving this instead of 5 out there. But 4. Turns out, oh, there was 6. There's actually just 1. But that makes us a little easier, I suppose. Can we kill the rest? That's less than 1 hope. Let's just fight to health. Can I see this Orrery? It takes glimpses of the floating floor. The grass, the straight guards that are able to really identify that. This different does give you it's not bad, but one thing you don't have that military training. Yeah. Could it be best to draw them in or go to them?
We'll draw them in. Say the artist is willing to amongst them and act as bait.
I was going to need to go fix. Well, so here's the thing. He can disguise himself. No, I can. He's going to lock. Also an option. But I can hit maybe something from here. That'll either draw him in. Tell him to go away. I'm going to stand ready in case this doesn't work. I'm going to identify where one could be and then just throw a scepter blast in that direction.
You roll a disadvantage dice formation.
5. Alright, 10, 14. So 9 is 5. You're shushing in the grass coming off from your left. That sounds as though it's increasing volume. The guards that you can see turns and lowers and sets its stance in that direction. I'm on the back up in here so I can see. You can forget you're watching that where you can see full in the grass as one of these guys charges. His path is going to take it like the other guy off center. So it actually ends up not around, but off of, but close to the center of the I is the good growth. I like to cast the beacon. Nice. That'll help blocks. Anything. $14. 13. And you get to take one more point.
I could spend a whole raise. Like, if I spend a hope, then I can't deal damage. The cost of let's see. If I find it, but this is hard to fight back my intimidating. Can I use dread visage?
So we're going to attack to a scare. In you already looked at it.
As safe as possible. Because otherwise, it's going to get this doesn't have anything else to do. Because
As a GM, not really a fair question to ask.
it's not a fair question. Should I use this to be it's going to be no? Because I rolled steer. If it had been in that hole, it triggers one of my experiences and then still bring the other one action. I did not.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, unfortunately, raised the streak. This is across the grass, but strips off the distance.
I'll use firing down.
Thursday is issue.
drives itself into the ground. It's got a little bit of a crater. There's a shining beacon glowing brightly that you hear and it runs off. Triggers. That was fascinating. Three of the remaining four goes off. Make a rushing attack directly at where you're off the hook. There's 1, 2 immediate targets. 3 and then 4 guys. So 3 user.
Please for this empire. Do it. No, which is fear die.
Your
So it's 12. However, when an adversary attacks you or an ally within very close range, I can spend a favor to make them use a D12 instead of a D20. So I would do that. Particularly, adversary needs to rest first. First. Well, I don't know.
right on. Okay.
What is that? Training rotation. It is let's be 12.
Stress moves down to 2, and it's the only one left to attack. So we'll give you your spotlight. We'll give you your spotlight, and if you're not dead by then, we'll give the other guy that's next to you an attack as well.
Summon horror. It's not that's what it's starting from far range. It's right from the right. That is a 14.
That is a stiff hit.
It's success. On a success, spend a hope. Call forth another worldly creature to attack them, dealing 3d10 damage.
I would like to know what you're going for.
In my head, it's just been a Strixus. The shadow Strixus. You think I am your corner? Yes. We're far more intimidating than myself. That's fair. I'm using you as horror. So this things will be placed and smoking, and you're helping build my legend. And I have no idea. That makes the right story. Think what I'm talking about. You want to make me the monster to rule from behind, don't you? Does that count as 4? What the fuck? You want to make it 5? I hate you.
It's not a mandate, but that it's a spur track.
So that is 9 points of damage. And you must mark 1d4 stress.
What? 1. That brings it down to 2 stress, so unfortunately that doesn't affect anything.
Didn't obviously it brought down to 2.
You got down 5. You're right. That brings it down to its last form. Wait, you rolled a 2?
I was 1, and then...
So yeah, 1. So we got 3 stress.
Actually, I did bring it down to 12 from the draining invocation, and now something. That was on the other hand.
Gotcha. That's what is total damage? With 9. Did not pass the bit of 2 points. You are going to kill. He is down. 2 points to just remaining. Strixus.
Triple.
Yes, guys.
There's a fear, but it will be 21. I will spend the hope needed to actually do something like this. So it is going to be 3d8 plus 2. Triple sevens.
Hot damn, 21.
21. 20. Oh no, wait. Plus 5, so 21, so 26.
Gotcha. Definitely double severe versus into max, into a massive. It would be 4 hit points on it, already 2 down. It is dead.
Mm-hmm. Searing, like, demonic energy just burns into its skull. And I just land over it like this, like, almost like a
One, two, yeah, two each. You hear that they got going back to and the night's grass is clear of any evident danger.
It's not going to go.
That sounds smart at this point. We were about to do that anyways.
Guys have rigged using capes, a sling between 2 guys to carry the unconscious one, and they're asking if they want to butcher or leave or add to build another sling.
Look at this thing up, Gary. If nothing else, if not for food, as you say,
We can't put the devil off that first.
yes, this is
Is that the
It would normally, if your horse was accustomed to such thing.
Sure.
Your horse might be okay. Either straight 50-50 fate roll. Or fine.
you asked it nicely.
I asked it nicely.
Then 11. Let's go. The horse back behind the saddle and lash it to the saddle, and you're able to make your way back to the road.
Is it all?
Fair. Lowest employees that we can tell. And we are coming home with 2 prizes, a lot of information, and plans to make. I feel this was very efficient.
You can call it here.
Yay!
Yay!
Yay, I've missed these games. Oh, the webs we weave.
It's been almost exactly a month since we've played Suns.
I mean, what, the other side of that is really just 4 days. So,
Right.
Just all that there. No, when you factor in over this time sessions.
yeah,
That's
that's just
So we'd like to thank you for joining us for another fun session. We went 4 hours and 14 minutes, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
We had like about 15 minutes, 20 minutes gap in the middle there.
yeah.
You're awesome if you stuck with us. If you didn't stick with us, then love me.
Aside from that, thanks for sticking through despite the lack of cameras this time.
Right, and also through any potential crappy sound issues we experienced, even though we lightened as much load as we possibly could.
I'm just making a podcast.
Right? I need to ask you guys, who do you think came out on top between the Suns tonight?
That's a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
If you want, you can vote Bei'Hara.
Bei'Hara has one. I like. The
Strixus didn't make mini jazz this time
no, he was more focused on things.
on the mission than you. Fick, on the other hand, did
He landed a
Mm-hmm.
jaw crusher.
progress a couple of different aspects of himself. So, I hate to say it, now I feel selfish saying this, but I feel like Fick came out on top tonight.
I begrudgingly agree.
Ladies and gentlemen, I tell lies. It'll not take a half an hour.
Wasn't built for the famine, I was built for the feast. I'm a runner, an athlete, thin and defined. While my kin flex their muscles, I'm flexing my mind. Purple skin in a sea of blood red. Don't listen too closely to what I have said. I started in the pay houses, counting the gold, a commoner story, drab and untold. But I saw the emperor, the hexarch alone, and I saw up after the obsidian throne. I've proven my blood and I've made my case. Now I sit at the table, I've taken my place. Displaced the sister, replaced the son. The war is now over before it's begun. I'm the bastard of the line, or so they say. But look at who leads the expedition today. I tell lies, sweet and deep, promises I never mean to keep. I'm a liar, a talker, a cerebral threat, the most dangerous thing you haven't met yet. You hold the sword, I hold the leverage. I'll pour you a drink, a poison beverage. I tell lies in the dark and I know that it's wise. It's how a non-combatant survives. My brother Strixus the Reaver, strong-willed, wearing the bones of the beast he has killed. He seeks the favor of father through pain, but I know that muscle is often in vain. In the wailing gallery where the tortured souls scream, I realize that power is just a bad dream. So I smile at the soldiers I nod with command, while I'm plotting to take the upper hand. He fights for honor, for glory and pride. I fight to ensure that I'm safely inside. I tell lies, sweet and deep, promises I know I'll never keep. I'm a liar, a talker, a cerebral threat, the most dangerous thing you haven't met yet. You may hold the chain, but I hold the keys. I'll tell you a story that'll bring you to your knees. I tell lies to the high and the wise. It's how a non-combatant survives. Hand me the magna vial, the infernal glycerin, yellow and sparkly, let the chaos begin. I aimed for the wall, but the bottle it slipped. A trail of bright fire and the sapper was clipped. A pinwheel of flame and a scream in the dark. I may have missed the wall, but I think I've hit the mark. A worthy experiment, that's what I'll claim. It's never my fault, it's just part of the game. I'm not a soldier, I don't like the heat, but I'll burn you alive to keep on my feet. Now we breach the ceiling, we enter the glare, a blinding white sun in the open air. The ground is like fat, the blossoms are soft, while my brother's blood wings raise him aloft. He burns the monsters, the rift stalkers rise, but I'm the one watching with calculating eyes. This world is for conquering, soft and naive, and I have more tricks hidden up in my sleeve. Let him be the monster, let him be the blight. I'll be the whisper that rules in the night. indeed. Promises I don't need to keep. I'm a liar, a talker, a cerebral threat, the most dangerous thing that you've ever met. Yet you have the facts, but I know how you think. I'll weave a tale of wonder and won't even blink. I tell lies cause I'm dark and I'm wise. It's how we're not. Combat and survive.